look at all those beautiful people out there. On Twitch, how are we doing tonight, folks? Pardon the short delay. My workspace is a mess as usual. Earlier today, I ruined one of my nice new brushes by just sort of swiping it through some wet super glue. Cause that's a thing, right? That's something that we should do. Isn't it a nice shirt? I like this shirt. My wife knows that this is like my favorite line from the entirety of The Office. And she found me this shirt with precisely this line on it, and I have to say, I'm pretty stoked. The worst thing about prison was the Dementors. They fly around and they suck your soul out of your head and it hoits. Oh my god. Roland! Lucky number 13. I think that's the first one I've seen. For 13 months. That's how you keep a nice sharp point. Yeah, you shape the glue into the ideal overall shape of your brush, and then you just have a solid piece of... Why don't we just paint with actual pointed pieces of plastic at this point, Data Nerd? Can we talk about something? Can we talk about something, chat, other than the fact that we have Data Nerd to square, Sumatha, Metal Core Collectibles, and Roland, of course, here in chat. I thought I saw Machine God earlier, too. Machine God, like, tried to get first 45 minutes before we started because he's out of his mind. My print just finished. I'm gonna have to take a minute in a little bit and swap those prints out. I'm test printing the new line of buildings to continue the Trinity City line. I've had a very productive week on the 3D sculpting part of things. I have a few things to show that you might be interested in. A couple of advancements, both for the main Trinity City downtown package and also for our drop-based Delta package series of structures, if you will. Both of these lines are getting expanded right now. I think people's response to drop-based Delta has been really, really great. It's embarrassing to me that I don't have a bunch of it painted right now. This is actually something that I'm going to be trying to do here in the near future, because I've got a bunch of it primed and like ready to go. And I keep telling myself, well, I'm just going to put it off for a little bit longer until I get a really good idea for how to paint. I'm just gonna like airbrush some green on it and dry brush a couple of details and paint some windows and get some pictures, because I'm getting tired of not having any good pictures of the completed set. It's just silly. It's just silly. You know, I still haven't completely finished painting a Borealis dropship yet. I still haven't. It's insane. But then I think I'm talking to a group of people who understand the disconnect between owning a thing and painting a thing. And then when you mix up designing a thing and printing a thing and then owning a thing and then painting a thing and then taking pictures of a thing and then also designing a bunch of other things. I'm starting to think that I'm being pulled in too many directions, guys. Oh, Practical Zaku, how you doing? Sculpting a Monster Arts scale Biolante. Oh shit, really? That's pretty exciting. Dude, Practical Zaku, let me ask you a question. Are you in the Discord? Because if you're in the Discord, I would fucking love it if you would post a picture of what you're working on over in the Storm Report so that we can take a look at it at the end of the stream tonight. That actually sounds really fucking cool. And even if you don't want to post in the Storm Report, if you would just post it like in the work in progress, like I would love to see that. Zombie Brush Studios, how are we doing today? Have I got any mods yet? Am I modding myself at the moment? It's possible. It's entirely possible. I should set up... God, I can't believe I don't have shoutouts set up to my Stream Deck yet. That seems like a major oversight, and it is. But I've got oversights in everything that I do. It's kind of part of my brand. So let's go ahead and get a shoutout for Zombie Brush Studios there. Zombie Brush, one of the... Guys, there are a lot of painters out there. I mean, you know this. If you're in the stream right now, if you're on Twitch, you know there are a lot of painters out there. And a lot of us are just painting the same
box,
shit.
You're gonna get stuffed in a box.
And you don't want to be in the box. The box is a bad place. There are a lot of us who are painting the same shit, and not just the same shit, but the same shit in the same way. All of us imitating each other's styles and methods because we see a painter and we're like, I want to do that. I want to just practice it until we do it. Zombie Brush Studios is making up his own shit day by day and really developing his own style in a very exciting way. And if you are not following him here on Twitch already, I strongly recommend that you do. I strongly recommend that you do. Follow him on Twitch, follow him on Instagram. If you like mini painting, this guy is gonna, even if you're not like, I want to emulate this guy's style, what he's going to do is he's going to inspire you on some level. Because we don't always need to look at minis that are in the style that we want to produce. We need to look at what other people are doing. We need to look at different styles. We need to broaden our horizons. Locusts and gentle mechs. So many things. It's okay. I don't know you're here, Project Dark Fox. I'll just pretend like I didn't see that. That'll be the same thing. The same thing. There's Tyrant and Vulture. Good to see you, my friend. To Square went on a pilgrimage to IKEA. Bought shelving to store minis. Too much good stuff to print and... Yeah, I can't even... I feel like I am constantly in a state of chaos, balancing on the cusp, you know? It's always like, I've got so much shit to do, I'm never gonna catch up with it all, and then I work really, really fucking hard, and I get some things done, and I'm like, awesome, now on to the next stack of things that I've been putting off for 6 months. I think this is just the trajectory, guys. I think this is just how my life is from this point on, and on some level I need to embrace it. On some level, I need to embrace it. Dude, IKEA is fucking great, by the way, to Square. You can get some amazing things there. I still need to reset up my Detolf display cabinet that used to sit behind me there. Why is my closet light? I can see it behind my head. Why is my closet light on? What did I do that for? What was I doing in my closet? Splintered Brush Studios, greetings from the great white north. And white it is. White it is in the sense that, holy crap, everybody's getting snow right now, you guys. Life, the word you're looking for, is life. Isn't it always, Data Nerd? Isn't it always? Yeah, everybody's getting snowed on lately. How you doing, Splintered Brush Studio? It's good to see you. Imagine a mix of Pym Particle, Super Soldier Serum, and Connor's Lizard Formula, all radiated by gamma rays and then administered to a U.S. Army soldier. You're talking about Captain Amera, Ant Hulk, Lizard, man, that's not original. I just combined their names. I was like, you know, if I riff with this, maybe I'll come up with a clever name by the time I get to the end of the sentence, and I just didn't. I failed. I fell flat on my face. SP Firestarter. Yeah, we got a lot of lucky numbers today. A lot of lucky numbers today. 7, 13. Ooh. If we can get somebody subscribing for the first time today, with just 1 month. Oh, Mikey, you ruined it. I was about to say that if we could get somebody subscribing for the first time with a 1 month, then we'd hit 21. But we're at 22, so, you know, if we're going by blackjack rules, we just bust. But I'll tell you what, Mike, if I got a bust with anyone, I'd like, you know what, I'm not gonna finish that sentence, you know? No, I got halfway through that, and by the time I got there, I knew it was gonna be wrong. By the time I got there, I knew that was going to be an Iberben special. Mike, absolutely thank you so much for the resub, my friend. It is fantastic to see you. Oh, God. I just, why do I do these things to myself? No snow in Kentucky. We gotten freezing rain. Oh, that sucks. Of course, this has to be the week that winter shows up, because I'm getting ready to drive up into the Rocky Mountains in the next few days, so that'll be, you know, great. With, like, tire chains and shit. I don't know. God, it's gonna be a mess. Hamburg Tack, it is good to see you, my friend. It's going really good. It's going really good. How you doing today? We have had a really, really mild winter here. Really mild winter here. Like, you would be forgiven for not realizing that it has been winter for the last, like, month. And then, boom, We're down to last few nights we've gotten below 0, which is always exciting. I'm always like, all right, what did I forget? What can of paint did I leave in the wrong place? What am I gonna come out to tomorrow and find is burst or some garbage like that? Oh, that sucks, crossbow roof. Also, holy shit, that had, yeah, I would imagine in Oregon an ice storm. Like, I'm here in Colorado complaining, and our winters are relatively mild a lot of the time anyway. Practical Zaku, we cut off the storm report right as it begins, which is going to be in just about 3 hours, 13 minutes. So if you have something ready to show in 3 hours, 13 minutes, and you can get it posted, I would love to see it on the storm report right here on the stream. That would be absolutely fantastic. Headshot coming in hot with the bits. Holy hell. Whew, how you doing, Headshot? Time to watch some paint dry. Yeah, we'll see what we can do about that. Raven Cat. Dude. Raven Cat. Those, I can't think of the name of the game. Dark Souls. Those Dark Souls minis you've been doing, man? Holy crap. I love that we've been doing this long enough and you've been posting long enough for me to see some of the first stuff. Some of the first minis that you did from that line, because I've been getting to watch you progress as you go. Steiner, what's up, man? Holy crap, so many things are happening. So many things are happening. Oh my god. First we got Headshot. And then a Hamburg comes in with 900 bits out of nowhere. Practical Zaku over here making sure that I drink a little bit of water, which I thoroughly appreciate. Hamburg Tack, thank you so much for those bits. Steiner Miniatures has got something to show me in private. Yeah, I've been meaning to get on voice chat with you this week, Steiner. I've just been slammed. I've just been slammed. I have this bad habit of waiting, like, until right before I'm supposed to take a little bit of a vacation, and then just being like, I'm just gonna do everything. I'm just gonna do everything in that last week. So I've been just jamming like crazy. But yeah, let's jump on voice. I'm sorry about that, man. Just been crazy busy. Oh man, seriously, Hamburg Tack. Oh my god, thank you so much. I missed a follow in there. You guys. There's a fucking hype train going on, too. I don't even know what to do with all this diesel. 41377.
Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
This is important. Please don't show me your genitals. Don't do it.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. Don't do it. Procrastina cramming. Yeah, no, that's... I feel attacked.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
Oh god, you guys with the hype train, you are out of control. Shock 21, it is good to see you, my friends. I don't think I got the full welcome in there for you, Diesel. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Let's get started. I adjusted the timing on my transition. You like it? Sorry about the print cam is showing nothing right now because I'm waiting for that print to separate. So here in just a couple of minutes, I'm going to separate that and I'm going to start another print. But, new stuff. New stuff. Why is that? Oh, I know why. Hang on a second. Don't wanna force that. I'm not prepared. What the fuck do you think I'm prepared for? Out of your minds, Headshot. Thank you so much for those 300 biddies. And we got there was a gift sub. There was a gift sub in there. Firestarter came in with a gift sub for Data Nerd. You guys are way too generous. If only there was a way for you to take money away from the streamer, you know? If only that were a thing you could do. Let me adjust my camera settings here just a little bit because that camera is looking strangely dark. And it is because my exposure is not set properly. There, you should be able to actually see what's on the print plate. That is the general idea. Hamburg! That's me being speechless. That's not at all contrived. That is not at all contrived. That's a genuine reaction, 100%. About to start up some Warhammers on the resin printer. Hope the supports are okay. Yeah, you know what? I hope the supports are okay, too. I really, really do. Yeah, the headshot, the printer is running. Oh, my ticker is disabled. Why is that? Thank you for noting that. When did I turn that off? I wonder... I don't know. I just do things, you know? It's not like it's a considered thing. It's not like I'm here planning what I'm gonna do for the night. Oh my god, what? There's still things happening? Zombie Brush Studios with the resub. Zombie Brush, thank you. Thank you so much, man. Really, you guys, like, this is... It's easy. It's easy when one person is like, I'm gonna give a thing. I'm gonna give a thing. I can be like, hey man, thank you so much. That really means like a whole lot. And then you all just start working each other up, and then Hamburg comes in and he's like, kablamo! Here's 5 gift subs. What am I gonna do with you, Hamburg? What are we going to do with you besides, you know, thanking you for the gift subs? Thank you, man. And really, I appreciate all your support. And to Square, you know what? Thank you for the 4 bits. Thank you for the 4 bits. Nobody thanks anybody enough for the single bitties. You know what, White Wolf? I'm doing it. I'm doing it, okay? That is the one thing I can promise I will try to do. I got my next MCP mini here, by the way. I figured I just started on Red Skull last night. He is very, very rudimentary. I got base coats down only, and a little bit of highlighting on his face, and I'm going to be trying for an OSL effect off of his Cosmic Cube. But man, I'm so close to being done with the damn core set for MCP. Ah, Metal Core Collectibles, look, a question that I'm totally going to answer in its entirety. Machine God facing a blizzard today. Holy shit, take care of yourself, man. Hamburg tack. My god, with even more bits we've got here from Downslide. 12 months! 12 months! This world has seriously been surreal. Oh my god, you know, so I was just having this conversation. And by having this conversation, I mean I was bitching loudly in my own Discord. And, Hail Hydrate. Yes, Red Skull. The Tesla CEO. Absolutely. Definitely the same guy. Definitely the same guy. Oh, you got a DQ Blizz. That's a completely different kind of Blizzard. Machine God, what are you doing? It's like you're coming in here trying to convince us that you're in physical danger, and you're like, no, I'm not in danger. I got myself a tasty treat. Did you bring enough for the whole class? Because now I want some. Look at his forehead. It's literally the Tesla logo on there. Wait, did I put the Tesla logo on his foot? I mean, maybe a little bit. Look, he's not done, okay? Now I see what you're talking about, though. I thought you were comparing Red Skull to Elon Musk, and I was like, yeah, okay, I buy that. Sure, if Elon had the Tesseract, what would he do with it? You know? He'd probably stand around ranting insanely about world domination and then get sucked into a portal and recast for a movie like 10 years later. That sounds like exactly what would happen. Exactly. SP Firestarter, thank you. Guys, honestly, you guys, holy shit. This hype train is just coming right into the fucking station. Did it get to level 5? I don't, like, sometimes I think about upping the hype train limits. But, is Red Skull charismatic? White Wolf, I don't know that I've ever heard. I guess Red Skull has a little bit of charisma to him, but he's mostly megalomaniacal. I don't think of people as really being all that, like, into Red Skull so much as terrified of him. We got anonymous spooky cheers coming in, too. It is just the day of bits. Red Skull, yeah, he's that's Hugo Weaving, Colonel Matthew Steiner. By the way, welcome in. But when they brought him back for, spoiler alert, Infinity War, yeah, he was in Infinity War, he was in Endgame. Well, whatever. He was in that 2-part Avengers movie. That was not Hugo Weaving. I thought it was. That was somebody doing a solid Hugo Weaving impression, is what that ultimately was. We're going to be working today on this little diorama that I threw this together like last night. I was looking at my minis and I was thinking, I wanna paint a mech tomorrow. I want to paint something that's going to be fun. I want to paint something that I got from Metal Core Collectibles. I also kind of want to paint something that I printed from Ion Raptor, and then this idea just struck me as I was looking at the feet that are available with the Tyrant. If you look here, his back foot is, you know, I'm trying to ramp back up into that Machine God, so I'm going to try to get that Atlas on the desk here, lickety-split. More anonymous bits. Oh no, that's the same one. I'm reacting to the same thing twice. God, I just, my brain. You guys, chat does this to my brain. I'm just going to go back and rethank Hamburg Tack and be like, whoa, my God, 5 more gift subs. That's amazing, even though there were only 5, right? That seems legit. Aeon Drummond, welcome in. GG nerd, yeah, right? I played myself. That was an unforced error. That was a cell phone. Right there. SP Firestarter, thank you so much for the bits. So, what I'm trying to point out here is that there is this one foot that's meant to be like a walking foot. And I thought, well, I can make that like a kneel as long as I had something for his other foot to go on, because it would be difficult to do a full kneel. And then in my head, I was like, no, I want to use the hand where he's flipping off, you know, where he's got the middle finger, because Cyber Knight, because Metal Core Collectibles includes the middle finger with his mechs. He's such a classy guy. And I thought, what if he was hunkering on a destroyed clan mech and flipping him off? And this whole idea just sort of evolved. I wanted to use the other foot where the toes are angled downward, so that's up on his leg. I think it works really, really well there. Both of his feet are just perfect. I feel like he looks like he's meant to be in this position. He's kneeling directly on the back of the Vulture. His knee is actually contacting the torso from behind, and then, yeah, he's pinning his other leg down. I put some rocks underneath his other leg. At after someone noted on one of the Battletech discords that it just looked a little bit like he was gonna snap his leg clean off, which maybe he's about to. Maybe he's about to kneel before Zod, right? Hey, Riot Sister, always good to see you.
Hello there.
Definitely. Ion Raptor. So, here's the thing. Greg the Salt Miner's challenge video that went out this month was about texture. And texture happens to be something that I've been working on myself regardless anyway. You'll note if you followed my last few posts to Instagram for my Marvel Crisis Protocol figures that I've been doing a lot of extra texturing. I did it on Iron Man. I have it right here. I'll just show you. I tried to go for like a brushed aluminum texture in a lot of places on Iron Man. I think it worked out reasonably well. I think it kind of worked. I think non-metallic metal is in fact a texture. I did a good amount of texturing in what we started earlier this week with Wandering XP here on Baron Zemo. I wound up finishing him off stream, but we did a lot of texturing work with him on his denim jeans there, and then on his sweet bomber jacket, and I wouldn't really count the fur edging as texture work because it is physically textured. I was just sort of picking up the texture that already existed, as opposed to painting it on. Hype Train coming into the station, level 4. Well done, chatters. I hope you guys enjoy those extra emotes. I don't think I've ever used them. I don't think I've ever used the Hype Train emotes. But they're nice, right? Yeah, I think the Zemo came out actually really, really good. And okay, so I need to thank Greg the Salt Miner for this color that I used for his mask, because this was scale 75 fuchsia. And is really good. The base color for his mask, I think, is just gorgeous. And it differentiates itself so nicely from the rest of the purple. And then I just kind of went up to pink for the little vertical lines that he has on his face and his chest. But yeah, this mini came out really, really nice. So, you know, we've been talking texture, but I'd like to go ahead and put a little bit more of that into this vulture. I'm going to try a few things I haven't before. I'm going to try doing like some glowing laser burns, I think. I was thinking I might take the lasers on the front of the Tyrant and make them look like the barrels are glowing, like they've been fired way too often, way too recently. Wapelius. Oh my god, what's up, Wapelius? Can we get a shout out real quick for Wapelius, one of the finest painters here on Twitch and just in general. I know that y'all probably hear a lot. Y'all probably hear quite a lot about oil painting miniatures. It's something that people are doing now. And if you've ever been wondering to yourself, why are people oil painting miniatures? How did this become a thing? The answer is in chat right now. Because Wapelius is an incredibly talented painter who uses a whole lot of oils, and it just makes it look so easy. Just makes it look so easy. I did want to say about as far as the Metal Core Collectibles Tyrant that we have assembled here, this posability is all in the basic figure when you assemble it. It's really great work, and I almost glued the torso on, but I think magnetizing it still works well for this pose, because I can remove the upper torso easily and work on painting the legs and the vulture, and then I can pop the torso right back down and position it afterwards. So I'm going to leave this off as I start to work on the vulture. How you doing today, Wapelius? Always a pleasure to see you. Alright, so I've done this whole pink base coat for laying down yellow a few times, and I decided to play with it a little bit more because I decided to go with Jade Falcons for our clanner here, who's getting stomped into the dirt. I laid down a little bit of pink via airbrush and then some white on top of it. And I'm going to try laying in some yellow using Dr. P.H. Martin's Spectralite liquid acrylics and see how it goes. I figure worst case scenario, I got to base coat a few extra times. But, you know, I can think of no better place to start than laying down a little bit of yellow, because green will go nicely on top of that. I'm going for, it's nice, isn't it, Wapel? Yeah, dude. Cyber Knight, Metal Core Collectibles, all of his minis are like this. They come with magnets and the magnet holes pre-drilled and pre-sized. So you can just, you know, glue the ball joints in the position that you want, magnetize the shoulders and waist joints, and he comes with a bunch of mod parts, so you can magnetize like the whole thing. Yeah, like this is the least of the pre-existing magnetized work. Magnetization, is that the right word? Is magnetization a word? I'm gonna say it like it's a word. And yeah, we're just gonna go with that. But really, this is the least of the magnetization that he has done. He's not like as impressed by it as I am. I would encourage you not to encourage him. Don't encourage him, because he gets a little out of control. I'm using my Vortex data nerd. I am using it. Might have to do this with the battle reports too. I was gonna say, like, what the fuck are you talking about with Bellies? Of course, the dropper I have for my yellow is apparently broken. I can feel broken glass inside that little squeezy bulb. So I'm gonna go with my own pipette. What do you say? Oil stream win. I have not had the urge to get to do oils again lately. It's I'm pretty deep in the cult acrylic. I do want to try oils again at some point. I don't know, acrylics they're familiar, they're easy to clean up with water. If I spill them everywhere, I'm like, I'll wait for that to dry and scrub it off real quick. After the last time we did oils, I had some extra cleanup to do that I was just not a huge fan of. I'm sure that with some better planning, it's a lot easier to do, but just everything I've got is set up for acrylics right now. But you know what? We're gonna keep doing this stream, so it's likely that if you stick around, you're definitely gonna see some. Gonna have to record battle reports with slobs now, eh? Well, I'm looking forward to seeing some of that. So I'm just going to start hand applying some of this yellow, and we're going to see how it goes down. I might have overdone the pink a little bit. It's entirely possible, but, you know, if I coat it enough times, it should work, right? This is a particularly... Well, I mean, almost all yellows wind up being translucent, but Let's see how this goes. Okay, yeah, no, I definitely do need to come up with some ways for y'all to spend your volts. That is, fine. I guess if I'm gonna stream, I gotta stream right. If I'm gonna do this Twitch thing, we might as well do a good job at it, yeah. I'm gonna give some of you the opportunity to spend them in tabletop gaming streams, but that is not gonna eat up that many points. that's just some fun side shenanigans more than anything else. I'll tell you, the Spectralite does go down pretty nice. If I tried their black ink, do I have their black ink? I've got their matte black. I haven't even opened this one. I haven't used it. I use their white through my airbrush. In general, they go through airbrushes really, really nicely. I'd be curious to see how it comes out for you to square. Do raffles for stuff, 1K per ticket. That's actually not a bad idea, because if there's one thing that's easy for me to get, it is Battletech product to move. I've had a very productive month as far as developing Battletech terrain. And it has spawned a lot of ideas that we are going to sort of move forward with over at Steel Warrior Studios. So if you are in this stream or in the community because you are a fan of Hextech, of our Battletech product lines, you're going to have some interesting and fun stuff coming your way here in the near future. We're trying to expand, we are trying to enhance. We're trying to make our 3D prints, like I've started making all of the Hextech products in a single 3D printable format, so you don't have to download multiple file formats anymore, or multiple file types, and then like, oh, print hex, print hexless. It's just going to be one set of files that can do both. And I've got a new pipeline system for a sort of fluid works, oil pump, water purification system to add to your cities or to your drop-based Delta forest style, not forest, wilderness style maps. Which I meant to show. I meant to show that. But as far as magnets go, this is something that I'm going to be doing both with the corridors, and is being done right now for this. This is a basic test piece that I did for a 3-hex water pump. Or not necessarily water pump, it's just a location where the pipeline goes underground, so that then you can have this just be a straight pump, or you can put another one on the other side of something, and so your pipeline goes down underground, whatever you want it to do. And I've integrated these little magnet holes in here, and then into the basic pipelines, so... And I want to do this with the corridors as well, but I mean, now, you know, you can just kind of stick them together willy-nilly. And they click real nice and maintain their hex shape. But that, along with some new Trinity City stuff, I'm hoping to have out by the end of the month. Hoping to have out by the end of the month. Right in the magnet hole. Zowie, yeah, Ion Raptor. Apparently I've been infected by the cult of magnetism. By Metal Core Collectibles' magnetic personality, if you will. Which you shouldn't, because that's bad. Followers with over 100k, and I do raffles for goodies, and I make sure the stuff is good, and it chews up points. The cult of polarity. Yeah, there's definitely the urge as a Twitch streamer to be like, I just want to eat up some of you guys' points so that I'm not as scared of them. So that when I do things that require points, I'm not like, oh, certain people are just gonna dominate this one. Just throwing points at it. Ooh, Makona Coat. Makona Coat? Is that right? Help me out with that one. Tell me if I'm saying it right. Makona Coat? X? Welcome to the stream, my friend. Thank you so much for the follow. I can't be saying that right. I can't be. Marion Aqueducts? I couldn't possibly say. Macho Nacho. Hexless pipeline? Yes. Everything, every single thing, Roland, will be available both hexed and hexless. I'm designing that, I'm designing with that in mind, much more specifically these days. What's up, Red Jacks? How you doing? I'm glad you're in here waiting for Charles Hates Everything. He's a good one to wait for. How you doing, Red Jacks? How are things? What did I miss? I missed something. Splendid Brush Studio came in with the follow. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream, and welcome to the Storm Chasers. I'm just kind of slathering color broadly here. The yellow is working decently over the pink and white. I think it's going to need some more shading and highlighting, obviously, but I'm just going to hit the panels where I definitely want to have some of it. These are going to be Jade Falcon's Delta Galaxy, so primarily green with yellow highlights. The Spectralite actually is less translucent in the yellow than I had expected it to be. It is not struggling at all. It's, well, you know, all the Spectralite stuff is fairly heavily pigmented. Print's done. Yeah, I need to check it in just a minute. Casino Reads, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I'm really digging this war grip now that I've started to get used. Damn it, I still don't have a link up, and I feel like an asshole. You know what? I was gonna say as we started the stream, I was gonna lead in with, you know, guys, when you have that feeling where it's like you thought of something and you were like, oh, I need to do that thing. It's really important. And then within 30 seconds, you've forgotten what that thing is. I hope that's not just me that happens to sometimes. I hope that is a familiar thing for you. Not because I wish for you to forget important things, but because that means that I am, you know, less of an idiot. Or at least being this big of an idiot is more common. But yes, I need to put up a link to Thunderdome Drew's War Grips, which I am now using and quite enjoying. Since I took this one and I attached a little piece of magnet to the top of the rubber cork, and then I base all my models with a washer, and I go clook, and I just snap it right down on there. It holds it really, really nice. Really, really nice. Machine God, if there is some reason that this Vulture should not be in Jade Falcon colors, I don't know what it is, because I don't pay that much attention to literally anything that the clanners are doing at any given time. It is difficult for me to care. All I know is that this is one of those filthy mechs that those filthy clanners like to run around in, and so it's gonna be the Jade Turkeys. It's gonna be the Green Burbs. Even if the clanner is shooting at you? If the clanner is shooting at me, all that means is I need to get closer so I can hit them with my sword or fist. Or just generally closer ranged weapons of inferior design that build up more heat for less damage. The yellow does go down nicely over the pink, and I find that what it really does here is it builds into a nice orange shadow without having to go in and layer in orange. Like right in here. And it's a little deep because I went a little heavy on the pink. But that's not a big deal. Clan built sphere mech, whatever. Whatever. A Mad Dog is a Vulture, is a this, is a that. They all suck, so, you know, what am I really worried about? And I have an option of sort of a grass green or this nice emerald color. I'm going to go with emerald. I like the look of the Jade Falcons when they're a little bit richer like that. Never a bad thing to crush some green birds. I tend to agree. Oh. Turns out I have a couple of these glass pipettes that are broken inside, which is a little disturbing. I need to replace their caps so that I don't have bits of broken glass to contend with. Even with all the better tech the Clanners have, they still got slapped down by Space AT&T. Yeah, they got played. They got played hard. We did a pretty fun Battle of Tukiad scenario shortly before the pandemic really got going and lockdown started. And I believe I've said this before. It was actually that specific game was my primary motivation behind creating the Trinity City terrain set that now exists. Because we played the Battle of Tukiad, and we had it set up so that the Clanners had to approach at long distance across a open field into a relatively densely populated city area. The problem was that what terrain was available for the city was fairly sparse and weak, and what actually wound up happening was all of us Comstar fools wound up just huddled together in these tight little groups behind the buildings, and the Clanners stood off at a long distance, bombarded the buildings, destroyed them, and then picked us off, and it was kind of bullshit. So I was like, you know what we need? We need an actual map with some dense city. We need actual buildings that we can build into city streets so that we can do things like ambush the damn Clanners as they come in. That was the impetus behind designing Trinity City, with the intention of one day getting a rematch that so far I have not had. One day Comstar will have its opportunity to make them suffer for that embarrassment. Ill Clan, suck it, jabroni. Guys, like any Battletech lore that's like post-clan invasion, I'm kind of like, yeah, okay. Yeah, Ill Clan conquered Terra, something or other. I don't know. There was a jihad someplace in there, I understand. Oops. Holy moly, Vergatarung! 13 months. That's the second 13 that we've seen. You guys are too kind. How you doing today, Vergatarung? Just got the first test print off the Frozen. How was it? What'd you print? I love this emerald green. It's a really, really vivid green. God, this green and yellow is just so gaudy. So gaudy, but we're gonna dull it up plenty with battle damage and other bits. So I'm not too worried.
Yo, I heard you liked battlemechs, so I put a battlemech in your battlemech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
It's not broken. It's just not running, but thank you for the reminder. I do need to go change that. Hang on a second. I do need to go change that. Doodly-doo. Could I have built this in such a way that some of these parts were easier to paint? Absolutely, unquestionably, yes, I could. Did I? No, so we're dealing with it. Could I do things in a smarter way generally in my life? Absolutely. Have I? Obviously not. The test came out goos. Well, it's not supposed to be goo by the time it comes out of the printer. The goo is supposed to turn into a plastic-like material if I got it wrong, so I think you may want to go back and check that one out. Give me one sec, folks. I need to pull this print off the plate and put on another one. And we're back. Now make the pew pew sounds. Ka-choom, ka-choom. Skizap. Skizap. I would imagine that one of the new atlases would fit underneath this. I don't have one in hand to test it. I would note, though, and I'm really happy with this, that for all that bridging, focus in here. For all that bridging, the worst I got is this. This teeny tiny little bit of noodleation. I'm pretty happy with how dialed in a lot of my angles and supports are at this point, considering that the top of this bridge will also fit a battlemech nice and neat. Well, you know, if it's not this insane awesome that I've put all these extra effects on that sometimes make it give it a little bit of trouble fitting into some spaces. But this now has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 at 1, 2, 3 different levels for this new structure, along with a bunch of added details. I've improved all of the windows on this, both on this new print and on the old one. I've added a series of extra details. I've added a utility floor. I have been moving the top hex marks away from being quite so obvious and more just worked into the architecture. I'm very happy with how this is coming together, and you'll also note that this is what I'm talking about. Now, instead of printing your buildings directly on the, how about a gentle curve at the bottom? I have so few gentle curves in my architecture in general. But instead of printing this directly on hexes, now what you do is you print this, and then you print the hex base. If you want to just use this by itself, either hexless or on some hexes without the hex base, you're perfectly able to do that, or you can print out the hex base and you can stick it right on top of there. You could even, I think, if you really wanted to, go ahead and pretty easily sink some magnet holes for common magnet sizes so that you could click this onto the base and then click it off. That's always one that I'm a little reluctant to do myself because people like to use different sized magnets. So it's kind of like if you want to magnetize things. So I haven't had that much demand for that, White Wolf. That said, this makes it easier for me to do the hex base with washer option because the hex bases are separate, and it winds up being fewer total files. I use the washers myself, I just don't always necessarily include them in the package deals anymore. Almost imperceptibly gentle curve. So it needs to be at a certain angle for it to connect, Verg. So the curvature would wind up being not that soft. Oh, you know what this is a perfect opportunity for me to do is try out using some of this Rainy River Designs gunmetal black. Gun barrel black, pardon. I just like to see you suffer, Verg. That's half my fun, at least. What's up, Goober Town Hobbies? Holy crap, what's up, man? How you doing today, Brent? Fantastic to see you. Sheza Gaming, I don't think I said hi yet. Hello, Sheza Gaming. Always a pleasure to see you, too. Well, Sheza, you act like this is my entire day. Thinning this a wee little bit. It is a nice blue-gray with a little bit of metallic in it, which I think is going to work well for this. You know, it's funny, Brent from Goobertown. I was like, I was just gonna do a little bit of this pink undercoat and throw some yellow over it today, and I was like, I just want to look up a video on people doing it to make sure that I'm doing it right before I go throwing down some. And so, I was on Goobertown Hobbies YouTube channel earlier, just checking out your video on the pink undercoat method. So it's just kind of funny that you would stop in today, of all days. How you doing today, man? God, Jane Falcons just have such gaudy and hideous paint schemes. planners in general.
When watching Thunderhead's stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha because he likes to slide it to the left and then slide it to the right and then hold it off screen entirely.
All these
Come on,
things.
Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
Simultaneously. Need a little bit more yellow on the inner area there, but that's okay. I'm not going to worry too much about being too precise on this since I'm going to battle damage the hell out of this vulture. Except Row Galaxy. Row Galaxy is beautiful. How you doing, Rio? Good to see ya. It is a dead turkey, or at least a dying turkey. Soon to be a plucked turkey, if you will. Being lazy on top of an art block, but hey, 3-day vacation. There you go. Are we doubling up? What do you mean by doubling up, Roland? We will be doing Cyberpunk Red this week on Tuesday. And then the next 3 streams will not exist. Thursday, Sunday, and next Tuesday I will be gone. And then we will be coming back the Thursday afterwards, and we'll be getting another round of Cyberpunk Red ready for shortly after that. If you wear camouflage, I can't see you. If you're gonna fight, clash. You know, I literally, like, I know how hypocritical that makes me, because I'm always like, Space Marines should be bright colors. And then I go to the clans, and I'm just like, why are they so bright? Why are their colors all bright? It's just me being a pill. It's just me being a pill, and I know it. Has anyone caught up with WandaVision? I have not, though I've heard some good things about it. Arcrave, it's because Jade Falcons are related to peacocks. More like peahens. I don't think that's actually a good comeback. I just wanted to say it. A smarter man probably would have painted this in sub-assemblies, but, you know, we don't do smart things around here. We don't take hints, we don't learn lessons. We just forge ahead. Yeah, get some more yellow in there. How's everybody doing today, by the way? On this very snowy day for a lot of people. I hope that if you are snowed in, it is the best sort of snow day where you aren't required to go out and do anything. lazily cleaning my house. Is that possible to lazily clean your house? I feel like if you're cleaning your house, you're not being lazy. Like, even if you're cleaning your house at what I would describe as a leisurely pace, you're still not being lazy because you are, in fact, cleaning. Give yourself some credit there, Rio. Snowing again here in Austin, forecasted around 5 inches. It was 73 degrees last week. That is a little bit nuts for Austin. That is a little crazy. When you're getting ready for it, Ion. Did the Valentine's thing yesterday. Bought some Scale 75 paints, now buried under blankets. That sounds like the best possible way to spend the holiday. Is it a holiday? It's not like a holiday that you get off. Does that count? I mean, it's a holiday that it's not a holiday that you get off work. Let's fix that phrasing. I'm funny. He's never here when you need him. He's never here when you want him to be here. He's only here when it irritates me the most. It's sort of his trajectory. But the Neighbor Ben's known me a long time. He knows how to show up at just the wrong moment. I'm gonna try something. That's putting just a touch of Lamian Medium in with these PH Martins. Just to slightly change the way they go down and their general surface tension. And I wonder if it's gonna make any difference. Let's find out. It does. It makes them go down a little bit better, in my opinion. They have a very low surface tension, and they tend to dry a bit glossy, and I think that this is gonna knock that out ever so slightly and just make them a little bit easier to work with. Is that a random piece of detritus that I failed to get out? Seems like. Yeah, it is. I was shaving bits of resin off last night, and I just left one in there. What's up, Gus? How you doing today? How's the Nurgle night coming? I was gonna say Imperial night, but it's not really an Imperial night anymore, is it? That may be how it began its life. But that's not how it's gonna end it. I didn't realize you were as accomplished a painter as you are when when you first showed up into the stream, man. But since I've had a chance to look at some of your work, and holy hell, really impressive stuff. final details on the feet. Yeah, guys, I don't know if you've been here for the Storm Report before, for the last month or so, you've probably seen Gus Schultz's Nurgle Imperial Knight that he's been working on. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's an inspiration piece. It's one of those that I look at and I'm like, one day maybe I'll do something that cool. Mix this just a bit more. Just a bit more. Why rush it? The house will still be dirty later. You're right, the mess isn't going anywhere. I like the way you think, Shock21. By the way, Shock, how is that 3D printer treating you, man? It looks like you've been getting a lot printed, which is exciting. This again. I don't think I had quite mixed this paint up from you enough, Kursala. I didn't give it long enough on the vortex, but this is better. Had a frustrating few days trying to get it recalibrated to use the glass bed. Finally just got it working again this afternoon. That's going to be a familiar sequence for you before long, Shock21. That's how they go. My Ender 3 V2 is completely down right now after it started to under extrude. I figured out it must have a clog in it. I took the hot end apart entirely. I found the clog, I cleaned it out, I put it back together, I fit everything nice and snug, I started running filament through it again, and it's developed what seems like another clog. So I'm just like, damn it, I've got to take the hot end apart again and make sure that I actually reassembled it properly and probably fix it again and blah, 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 blah. But once I have the problem actually located and fixed, it should run nice and smooth for a good long time after that. But it's always just getting to that point that is the challenge. By the way, guys, I love this. If you're using the Dr. P.H. Martin Spectralite acrylics, mix it with just a teeny bit of your favorite matte medium. I'm using Lamian medium from Citadel. It helps it go down just a little bit nicer. Otherwise, you may find that it goes down pretty glossy, which can be a little bit of a pain. ASA is nice and semi-abrasive, and it's great for cleaning extrude. Is that like one of those cleaning filaments that you run through it? I haven't used those. At least they're very easy to repair. You're absolutely correct. They're very simple to get into. This is all stuff I'm going to have to learn in the near future. Got an Ender 5 Plus on the way. Amish Stig, I would love to find out what your impressions are of the Ender 5 Plus, because that's kind of on my list of like a printer that I would either like to get, or whatever the analog of it is available by the time I get around to it, because I don't know if you guys have seen Elegoo has just released a competitor to the Ender 3 that is really good looking. Is really good looking and hard to beat for the price. Yeah, I'm thinking, like, it's gonna be something stupid like that, Kursala, like I didn't tighten the nozzle enough. Like, I feel that is the idiotic answer that is ultimately awaiting me at the end of this road. Elegoo Neptune 2 showed up on my doorstep. What the fuck is that? That's the new one, isn't it? That's their new FDM model? The one for 160? I think that's what it is the Neptune. I would love to know what you think of it, Brent, after you've dug into it a little bit, man, because that looks like the move for the future. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. That's a sentence. Don't get me wrong. I love my Enders 3. They have served me very well. But this technology is going to continue advancing, and I think everybody, even us fans of the Enders 3, have known that the replacement is just a matter of time. Is just a matter of somebody working out how to do the same thing a little bit cheaper. And if Elegoo's the company that did it, like, I'm on board. I'm a big fan of my Mars. I'm looking at picking up the Saturn. I have no problem supporting them as my primary 3D printer company. Really, just slopping in the bass tones here. I've made this extra hard on myself by assembling everything before painting, so whatever. Everything's gonna be battle damaged anyway. Who gives a crapola? That seems right. Yeah, sure, absolutely. Give me an idea how you're doing the missile launchers. Mad Dog ones are weird because they're actually just holes. So I'm laying in this this gunmetal black, and I'm probably going to be going over it very lightly using just like a tiny amount of highlight on the edge of my brush with a lot of it wiped off. Think like you would if you were dry brushing, and I'm going to kind of drag it over to pick up that texture, and then I'm going to use some washes to darken the recesses. That's my plan. We will see how it goes, Shock21, and since I'm using a semi-metallic paint, I'll probably use a metallic highlight. I'm gonna get started putting down... I might as well do the undercarriage bits on this guy. On our Tyrant, who will be getting done in 5th Lyran Guard livery, is my plan. He is going to be a Steiner mech. Excuse me. Excuse me, folks. Get some in at the knees here. This is the one part of the build where I pushed the Tyrant's joints a little further than they would normally go. His knee joint's actually popping out of his thigh just a little bit there, but it's still glued and it still looks fine. So the nice thing about assembling it yourself is you have some leeway with how all the parts connect. You can get enough surface area to glue it, it doesn't matter as much. Fingers crossed that's everything I want it to be. Went for the plus over the base to get that monster bed. Yeah, there are few advantages I see to the plus. The fact that it has the 4 Z screws is really, really hot. I love the fact that the plate elevates for the Z dimension, and then the head moves for the X and Y. And I like that largely because it means that the footprint of the Ender Plus 5, while large, is the total footprint. The plate is never moving forward or back. The fact that the plate is never moving also makes me feel more confident in very, very tall, very, very narrow prints, because it's not gonna shift its weight back and snap free of the plate. That's a fairly minor concern, all things considered, but I'm a big believer in over-engineering things, and over-engineered solutions like that. They fill me with confidence. I'm going to go to some of this Dr. P.H. Martin's True Blue. And start blocking it in on the Tyrant. How you doing today, Downslide, by the way? Anyone else seeing occasional glitch in the Matrix repeat in this stream? Is it repeating? Is it having problems? Twitch has been a little, if you'll pardon the phrase, twitchy lately. Which you shouldn't pardon the phrase, because that's really, really dumb. Ooh, that's a lovely blue. That is a lovely blue, isn't it? I love this blue. Is the stream repeating, or am I just repeating myself? Because, like, it's entirely possible that I'm just saying the same thing over and over and over. And if it's true, I'd like to know it before I do it again. Oop, to Square, thank you so much for the reminders. Iron Raptor Designs, this is Dr. P.H. Martin's Spectralite Acrylics True Blue, and I do recommend you mix it with just a teeny tiny touch of your favorite matte medium. Because otherwise you can have problems with it pulling away even from primed areas a bit and then leaving a very glossy finish. It likes to dry very glossy. Give it a little bit of matte medium to work with and it goes down pretty easy. I'm not worried too much about my shading and everything right now. I'm just laying down my base colors and then we're gonna weather the Christ out of both of these. Raven Cat again, these are Dr. P.H. Martin's Spectralite liquid acrylics. I'm quite a fan of them for really, really vivid color schemes. And I want to start with vivid colors since I'm going to be dulling both of these down a fair amount, I think. With battle damage details and such. It's because I see and know all, Raven Cat. It's because I see and know all. There's no other explanation. Try to prove that I don't see and know all. You can't do it. Between me and my brother, we know everything there is to know. Ask me any question. Oh, that's one my brother knows. That's genius, isn't it? It's not. It's one of the worst and oldest jokes that I know of. And I'm just pleased that you were willing to set me up for it, because most people won't do it. Most people just roll their eyes and move on from the conversation at that point. They're like, yeah, I see what you're doing. I see where you're going with this. Just shut up, please. Sometimes followed by a, how did you get into my house? The answer is yes, by the way. Well, see, now I've expanded it a little bit more. Now both my brother and I know the answer to that one. And I'm just creating the division. It'll be white on the other side of this little line. When I do my Lyran Guard, I think this is the 5th scheme, but I like to do it so that the blue stops and the white begins midway across the leg, the shoulder, and the hip. Don't hear the usual suction popping you hear when you throw. Yeah, it is a little concerning when you aren't getting that sound. I know what you mean. Maybe go check on it. Just to be sure. Anything worth doing is worth overdoing. I firmly believe this. And I don't go the full half of the leg. I go about a third with the blue, so that the white is about 2/3 of the leg. It's my goal anyway, and that way I can get a little bit on the knee, even though it's down the center line for the most part. To buy the full Dr. P.H. Martin set or just the individual bottles? I bought the set. And I've had them for a little over a year now, and I have not even gotten close to using up any of the individual bottles. Not even close. You don't need much. It goes great through airbrushes. If you do like a zenithal highlight, zenithal prime job rather, on a model, give it a dry brush of white, and then come over it, and I'm talking put like 2 drops total of the P.H. Martins into your airbrush. And I got the basic, I guess set number 1, I think it was, for Gadarung. It's the one that includes magenta, true blue, nautical blue, emerald, grass green. It's got 2 reds in it. It's got the white and the black. But if you use it through your airbrush, I'm talking like put 2 drops total in your airbrush. Stop. And just give it the gentlest rock on the trigger. You barely need any, and it just, you get the most amazing effect. The most amazing effect. It really is a gorgeous blue, isn't it, Roland? I love this blue. I've used True Blue a few times now. I used it most recently on my Captain Marvel, and I loved how vivid it was. And bought. You will not be sorry. I really recommend picking up, even if all you want is one color from it, it's just a great product. The more I use it, the happier I am with it. If anything, I'm irritated that sometimes I forget to use it. Likely try out the blue, and if you like it, pick up the whole set. Yeah, that's a good way to go. Pick up a color that you know you want to use so you don't overinvest. Like, I believe in that. Even when a product comes recommended by someone that you trust, I always recommend that you dip your toes in first before you go buying a whole set of anything. I think that that's just good policy. Because what works for one person won't necessarily work for absolutely everyone. It could just be a stylistic difference. Lurker reporting in. How you doing, Plank Walker? How are things? Looking really nice as it dries, further down the leg and such. Yeah. It, like I said, you want to give it a touch of matte medium, because one thing I've noticed it can do, if you just put it on straight, is, like I said, the surface tension is really low. So you'll slather it on, and what it'll do is it will draw away from some teeny tiny little pinpoints as it dries, and then you have to go back in and retouch it. A little bit of matte medium kind of solves that. But you do want to look out for that. I've had to do that to me before. For as vivid as it is, as lovely as it is, as heavily pigmented as it is, I've had it leave some bare spots before, just because I wasn't as thorough in my application. I am doing just fine, Plank Walker. Thank you so much for saying so. Rotate his hand away here so I can paint it without fear of getting anything onto the jade turkey. Can't believe I didn't think of the matte medium. Been playing with the PH Martins on an old IWM guillotine and struggling. I have a 32-ounce bottle of Liquitex matte medium on my workbench. Yeah, it's... You know, I don't feel bad, because I literally just thought of it today as I was putting this down, and I was just like, let me just try it. And yeah, it works nicely. Because I've had that issue a few times. It's one of the reasons I'm not always like, oh my god, you guys, go out and buy this right now. is because it's not necessarily perfect. I've had a couple of finish issues with it. I've had some problems where I had to go back and retouch some things, but the matte medium kind of solves all the problems that I did have with it. Most of them. You still got to look out for failing to coat certain spots, but it draws back from them significantly less. Just always go over anything that you base coat with this stuff twice to make sure that you didn't miss anything. This, by the way, is the brush that I got super glue on earlier and has been very busted up and has now become a base coating brush. Its bristles are no longer pristine. And I still may come in over this before I really get into the detailing and hit it with like a matte varnish, just to dull things down and make sure that it might not need it now that I've started using the matte medium. I have found before though that if I'm using just the Spectralite by itself, I'll usually come in with a matte varnish over top of it before I start detailing. But again, we may have fixed that particular issue today. I guess we'll find out. Oh, it's nice to be working on some mechs again. It's so damn many projects going on right now. Been particularly scattered this last few months. I think it's just the residual effects of 2020 kind of catching up with me, you know? Like, we're all a little messed up after this last year, and maybe all the ways that we're messed up are not totally obvious yet, but they will be. I was struck by that a little bit today, what with it being Valentine's Day. The wife and I being like, what do we usually do on Valentine's? Like, normally we do something outside of the obvious, and it was like, oh yeah, we go to dinner, like, every single time. We go out, we treat ourselves to a really nice dinner. I'm like, well, that's not happening yet, so, you know, shit. We're just kind of putting that one off. We got a lot of dinners put off at this point. Birthday dinners, holiday dinners. We're going to have to make that happen. Hey, Steal a Rebel. Super productive. That's a good one. That's funny. How you doing, Steal a Rebel? Could we get a shout out? For a Steal a Rebel. Hootie Hoot, how you doing? Oh, this is a different Hootie Hoot. We got two Hootie Hoots. Not right now. The other Hootie Hoot is not here, but... there is, in fact,
50 Shades of Coal Gray.
Another.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
How are you, by the way, Steal a Rebel? How are things? When is your next stream, by the way? I never know when you're going on. And it's so late at night that I want to know ahead of time. Hey, what's up, Romeo Void? Hey, Soda Addict. Just do like all the morons in my town and pack the restaurants anyway. What could go wrong? Gestures broadly. Yeah. Yeah. We've been pretty good. We've been pretty good about keeping ourselves safe over the last year. It would really be a shame to waste it all now. I love this spine on the Tyrant. Metal Core, if you're still in chat, this is, I think, my favorite detail on the Tyrant is the big raised spine. Too many hooties. There can be only one. There can be only one Hootie. I feel like the other Hootie who is way too nice to go through with that. He'd just be like, no, you can be Hootie. That's fine. Hey, what's up, Justicar? How you doing? A little shaken by the earthquake. Yeah, that's right. There was a nasty one over in Fukushima, wasn't it? I do hope that everything is all right for you there. Should be streaming today? Fantastic. Fantastic. I'll see what I can't do to be there. Did we get a shout out for Steel a Rebel? And if we didn't, could we pretty please? One of my favorite painters to watch right now, a disciple of the cult of Wapelius, insofar as she paints miniatures with oils and does a fantastic job at it. The more I watch, the more I want to give it another try. Oh, not the acrylics. Not the acrylics. But she could have sent those to me while she uses her oils. Why, God? Why are you so capricious? Why is it always the innocent paints that suffer? Thank you so much for that, Project Dark Fox. Might be later than usual. I'll let you lull me to sleep, Steela. I'll put you on, and I'll lay there and just gently drift off to oily dreams. It's not weird, is it? No, that's not creepy at all. Thank you, by the way, to everybody in the Discord who put up with my incessant and impotent whining about Instagram cross-hashtagging earlier. I was just struck by I understood it. I was just struck by a very particular figure that I followed from Reddit to Instagram. And I saw the account, and I saw the relative number of likes and follows, and then I saw the likes on this one particular image, and I was just like, What's going on here? What's happening? So I had to complain about it. I think that as pointless as it is, sometimes it does all of us a little good to just complain about social media, knowing full well that we're never going to be able to do anything to change it. Just be like, what the fuck, guys? What the hell is going on? But that turned into a fairly productive conversation about the actual focus of my social media presence, what I'm trying to accomplish, and I think that we actually got some good ideas out of it. insofar as I'm going to try this month to get a stream put together that is just sort of focused on going over some techniques that you, the viewers, the denizens of Twitch, are interested in having demonstrated, and me doing what I can to show you how I approach them at the very least. Which, you know, might be helpful. I don't know. We'll find out. Oh god, she likes the sound of oily dreams. Here I thought that was a deal breaker. You know, that's a funny one, Kursala, and I've thought that one before. When the Discord first got started, I had this thought of like, well, this is my personal soapbox. I should be able to whine and complain here if I want to. I've had at least one instance where
You know, there's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye. And sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
A lot of it. I had at least one instance where I complained about someone on my Discord, where I was like, this is my Discord, and I'll complain if I want to. And I complained about the person, and a few people were like, well, fuck that guy, I'm gonna go tell that guy he's a dick. And I had this realization of like, oh, this is a bad idea. Like, okay, I understand now. Having a platform also means there's a certain responsibility to not just say dickhead things on that platform, and I feel like I learned my lesson fairly quickly. So I try not to do that. I try to never turn the Discord or the Twitch or anything into, it's just me complaining about stuff. Well, some things I just complain about here constantly, but certainly not people. And probably not just social media in general, because that's kind of gauche, isn't it? That's kind of like, yeah, you know, we all know it's a problem. Whining about it isn't going to solve anything. But I just found myself thinking, like, should I be tagging, like, every post that I make with every tag I can think of? Is this a good idea? Is this gonna pay off in the long run? And after talking with the fine people in Discord, I realized that no, I'm doing it right. I'm doing it the way I want to do it. I don't want to post things to Instagram and then just tag literally everything in the hopes of getting views, because that's not what I'm here to do. That's not what I'm here to do, and it's not what I get out of this. This right here, being on stream with you fine people, having people in Discord to talk to about the robots that I like to paint, this is why I'm here, and this has come together beautifully. And this is worth every single second that I have spent here. And ultimately, I have to remember that it's not really me that built any of this. It's, again, all of you. Social media is a weird thing. Even if you think you've got a handle on yourself when you dive into it and try to make it a part of what you're doing, it has a way of taking over and doing strange things to your brain. Oh, you like that downslide? That's a, that is the Pet's Fang Dual Fang 3D printed fan shroud. That was one of the first mods I made. Did my own wiring for the fans, and if I'm being totally honest, it probably was not worth the time or the effort. It's just that's how the printer looks now. What can I say? I don't wire pretty. I wire functional-ish. Yes, I'm definitely complaining about you personally, Colonel Matthew Steiner. You personally. No, it was, and honestly, I'll post this guy's Insta if you want to see it, because the guy's a good painter. Like, it wasn't a matter of me going to Instagram and being like, fuck this guy. Because the guy actually does a really good job on some MCP minis. And what got me was just, I'm looking at his account, and I'm like, he's got a good number of likes on just a few photos, but he's a good painter. I guess that makes sense. That makes sense. I noticed he didn't have very many follows compared to the number of likes, and I thought to myself, ooh, what's this guy doing? Clearly he's doing something I need to be picking up on. And I noticed that there is a picture of a lamppost from the Marvel Crisis Protocol core box. And it's just a lamppost It's one of the terrain pieces. And it's painted decently. I don't want to be unfair here. It's not painted amazingly well. The guy got started painting recently, but it's like it's well painted. The details are nice. He's got some good texturing done on the glass. I'm like, ooh, this is pretty cool. Sure. How does he have 1,000 likes on a picture of a lamppost? Like, what am I doing wrong? How is he like something's funny here, right? And I looked and I started digging through the tags, and I was like, this lamppost, this piece of terrain from MCP is tagged with Warhammer 40k, hashtag Primaris Librarian, hashtag Citadel Minis, like just, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. It was just like, holy shit. This is tagged very specifically with like super specific things that just have nothing to do with it. And this is what I'm getting, Goobertown Hobbies. Like, I understand that those tags put the content in for, yeah. The Primaris, everybody knows Primaris Marines are all about streetlights. Primaris Librarians, I mean, that just makes sense. What is a librarian trying to do, Brent? If not to enlighten all of us, spreading the light of the Emperor, if you will. So maybe I'm the fool here. It kind of blew my mind, but I'm like, okay, this is how so many people are seeing it, is because they're just following, they're looking for Primaris, for 40k, whatever, and he's just like, fuck it, I'll tag it everything. It's a Primaris lamppost, suck it, nerd. And you know, here I am, like, well played. I'll take my 50 likes and go home, thank you. Oh, it's silly. It's silly. But it was good. It was healthy, ultimately, because it helped me remember, like, I'm not doing this just to gather all the likes. I'm not doing this to be an Instagram influencer. That's not my goal. And when you start seeking recognition in social media, you can quickly lose track of what it is you were trying to do in the first place, in the never-ending quest to just get likes and put yourself in front of people. And a moment like this is good to sort of just take a moment and sort of introspect and contemplate why you're doing what you're doing. Because I had to ask myself, is this something I want to start doing? Do I want to start tagging Primaris Librarian every single time I post a picture of Captain America? And the answer is no, I don't want to do that. And I don't care if that's what you have to do on Instagram. I am not going to sacrifice that little bit of myself. I'm not going to do it. Primaris fucking love lights. Astronomicon, Astropathic Choir, god damn it, stop making sense out of this. Oh my god. Steel Warriors Studios, there we've got our third 13-month resub. Thank you so much for that. Sent you the most entertaining screen capture of all times on Discord. Oh, just answer me this, Steel Warrior Studios. Does it have to do with what we were talking about shortly before the stream? Because I'm very interested. Orcs Tyrannus, thank you so much for saying so. I'm not nearly narcissistic enough to be successful on Instagram. Well, see, that's my secret, Shock. I absolutely am narcissistic enough to do that sort of thing. Like, who I am as a person, I am. It's just that I know that I am, and I don't want to be, if that makes sense. I feel it. I feel the urge. Yeah, thinking Goobs is onto something. I'm hashtagging Primaris. You know what Primaris would definitely love? Battlemechs. You know, if they had them. Primaris are kind of like clan elementals, right? So that makes sense to go ahead and tag them in that too. I'm loving this line of thought. If I ever try to sell my Jeep, I'll hashtag it Primaris to get more views. When I first heard about the new Primaris stuff, my first thought here in third party was painting an army of them bright pink for the pretty Princess Primaris, since they couldn't use old Marine stuff like rhinos. Yeah, that always irritated me. They're like, no, we have to have bigger vehicles now. Look up how-to social media. They'll use hot hashtags not related to, like, puppy and stuff. And that's the thing, Zombie Brush. When I was looking into the actual list of hashtags, like, Primaris Librarian is the one that stands out to me, but it was not the most egregious. There were worse. And I realized as I was reading it, I'm like, oh, so what they did was they looked up what hashtags are hot on Instagram right now. What's hot today? And just copy-paste. And for whatever reason, I didn't fully understand that before that moment. Denial, bargaining, anger. We will get all the way to the end of it by the end of the stream, Goobertown Hobbies. We will hit acceptance. Just you wait. You can accept it right along with me. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to a slow burn. Hate to romance / fic. Fuck yeah. I'm talking Kerensky and Sanguinius bromance is what I'm talking about. It seems legit, right? What's a good color for Jade Falcon's cockpit glass? I'm kind of thinking just blue, but I've already used that on my Tyrant, and I don't really necessarily want to repeat its primary color on the other mech. On the other hand, it might be smart to repeat its primary color on the other mech at least once. What do you think, chat? Blue for the cockpit glass? Purple? Red glass? See, I'm doing red on my Steiner mech. Nanotanks, thank you so much. 10 months of subbing. My God, Nanotanks, how you doing today? I have not been watching Resident Alien. I remember seeing it Come and Get You for it. Is it any good? Red, purple. I think just purple is not a bad choice, actually. You know what? I'm going to do magenta. Fuck it. Fuck the police. We're doing magenta. Red glass on both mechs. Really? You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, we'll do red on both. That's not a bad idea, because then at least the color's been repeated in one place, because it's not going to appear anywhere else. And there, you know, maybe there's a little bit of a message. Maybe there's a message in here. The cockpit glass is red in both cases. While we wear different uniforms, when it comes down to it, we're all just people. We're all the same inside. We want the same things. We color our cockpits the same ways. This is profound. Was it always Lyran Guard? In my case, it's because I'd already done a bunch of Lyran Guard, and I kind of want to match this to my previous efforts. Also, Lyran Guard is like a super awesome paint scheme. So the answer is, because is cool. How hard would it be to make it appear that the glass on the Mad Dog is shattered? So Ravencat, that is something that I'm planning on doing. I'm giving it this red base so that I can work up the details around it, but I'm planning on doing like a little bit of a crack, at the very least, going down the glass. So I'm not going to do quite my usual lensing effect. It's a very small piece of plastic, but I'm going to give it a try anyway. Once I switch out to a brush that isn't losing its damn mind. We're all just idiotic meat sacks. Ain't that the truth, Sumitha? Oh crap, I need to submit for the Storm Report. You do. You do. I don't know if you know this, Soda Addict. Now, if you don't submit to the Storm Report, we actually kick you out of the stream. It's a new thing we're trying. Sort of a pilot program, if you will. I swear to God, Pretzel, I have blacklisted this song 3 times. Oh, this is Sunny Day Part 2. It's Part 2 of a 2-part song that I don't want to hear. So get the fuck out. Well, I'm dead. Our Storm Report. I didn't see if you said anything Steel Warrior, I'm sorry. Is it to do with what we were talking about before? Because if so, I'm very, very much looking forward to reading that. Get a little bit of red liner. I'm going to deepen the corner of this. I think I'm going to throw a little bit of green wash over my emerald just to deepen it a wee little bit. And to shade some of my crevices. Actually, ooh. Maybe some Vallejo smoke. Might drive you a bit nuts. I mean, there's a chance it was going to do that anyway. If one is photographing a grayscale mini, what's a good background color? I have black or white. It's a good question. I don't think I've done any photography of grayscale minis. I would assume white is a good background for that, just because you're unlikely to lose any of the mini in the white. But maybe someone in chat has a better idea. Yeah, that's the best idea. Try one, try the other, compare. See what you think. Pick the best. It's going to frustrate me. Okay, Steel Warrior, you know me. Is it going to piss me off? Or is it just going to frustrate me? I'm trying to gauge the level of ennui that I'm going to experience upon reading this. Something dark side. I gotcha. Yeah. Okay. I am all the Sith, etc., etc. Yeah, there you go. Try a little bit of everything. If in doubt, try everything and compare. Why the hell not? It would be a particularly large coil of concertina. That much is absolutely correct. Now, you've more or less called me out, because I will tell you that it was made for a different scale when I started. But, yeah, it would be a particularly large bit of concertina wire. I originally did the twisting for 10mm scale. And I'm just sort of repurposing it now. Constantina wire? I didn't say that, did I? I hope I didn't. That would feel silly. John Constantina wire. Goes to light up a cigarette, but it's a stick of gum. John Wixter Tina wire. Jesus, Raven Cat. That's just silly. It's just silly. Because, I mean, this would, at this scale, this would be about the height of a man. So it's giant concertina wire, and we're just going to deal with that fact. You know? What are you going to tell fictional space people how to fight their wars now? I don't know, they might need it because there are giant wild cats on this planet, and they need to keep them out of the battle zones. Right? Could be like Operation Lancaster and they're fucking dragons or some shit. As a father, I'm allowed to go. Yeah, if anyone is permitted, I suppose. I suppose that is your prerogative. Ripped out Myanmar. There you go. Absolutely. Gutsy Toda? No, not Toda. Ain't no Yoda. Not up in here. Gutsy Toad Sage. How you doing today? I'm just saying names wrong. Don't worry about me. Try throwing a little bit of cat's eye green down on this Jade Falcon just to play around with some highlights and figure out where I want to go. Clocked out of work early, Valentine's dinner with the wife, and painting while watching the... Damn it, that is awesome, Gutsy. That is great. I am glad to hear that. Hope you have had a fantastic Valentine's Day and Sunday. Overall, welcome in to the stream. What you painting over there, buddy? I'm very curious, I have to admit. Gutsy, have you posted to the Storm Report before? I can't remember if you have or not, but if you haven't, you should consider it because I'd love to see what you're working on. And for those of you who are unaware, the Storm Report is a bit that we do at the end of every stream, where we are more than happy to take a look at what you've been working on. And it's so easy to participate. All you have to do is jump into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, pop over into the Storm Report channel, and post up to 2 pictures of your work. It can be anything creative. It doesn't have to be painted miniatures. If it is painted miniatures, it doesn't have to be finished. It can just be something that you can be something you did a while ago that you're proud of, something that you're working on, something you just want to show off, something you want some advice on. We're open to everything. Painting a Newt Ninja from Cobra Mode Miniatures. Yeah, that's a little bit of a departure. Some industrial cabling strewn about from the fighting. I like the way you think. person whose name is in dark blue and thus I can't read it. Oh, that's Arkrave. Okay.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
That's what I thought. I thought that was yours, Gutsy.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me, for the love of God. Yeah, no genitalia, but Cthulhu's are just fine. And yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, did Gutsy post that Cthulhu? I didn't want to be like, oh, Gutsy, you posted that Cthulhu, and then be totally wrong, and I couldn't remember precisely, so... That is a hell of a... That definitely pushes the boundaries of what someone would consider to be a miniature. That Cthulhu is a bit out of control. I like that it was being held up by a full-sized human so that we could get the real scale of the whole thing. I guess that man could have been like a hobbit or a dwarf or something like that, and maybe it was just forced perspective, but it definitely seemed to be. That's a bit of a two-hander, that one. Crossbow roof is back. Errand complete. Dinner acquired. Now I don't have to brave the snowpocalypse tomorrow. I'm glad to hear that. The less braving of snowpocalypses, I think would be the plural. The less braving of snowpocalypses you have to do, the better. Just in life, I think. Snowpocalypto? No, that's not anything. That's a Mel Gibson movie. Bigature. Are you? that was not George himself. That's that's another streamer named Chaotic Harmony, who well, he definitely does the Duncan Fisher and sounds quite a lot like him.
As Cracklin' Thunder Spunk. Yeehaw!
That was less his George Ledoux impression, and more just him being a jackass in that case. I'm going to try using a metallic to pick up the missile launchers and then do some washes in there.
Yo, I heard you liked battlemechs, so I put a battlemech in your battlemech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken. Every time I cringe just a little bit, because that's, one day it's gonna happen, because that's how life works. It runs on irony. Irony, I tell you. Geeky Taniki D&D fan, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. And so I painted on some metallics. Bitches love metallics.
They do. They really do.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
How you doing today, Geeky Taniki? Which is officially one of my favorite things to say now. You see, this is a similar technique to dry brushing. I think it was Firestarter who maybe asked about this before, and I've just got a little bit of silver on here. I've wiped most of it off, and I'm just kind of dragging it across this texture to pick up the high points. Because there are about a gajillion missile tubes in here, and I'll tell you, I'm not using the point of the brush to paint each and every one of them. That's just not going to happen. Because that's insane. I mean, you could do it, but, you know, don't. I see that you're a D&D fan, Geeky Taniki. Have you found a chance to catch our VOD from about a week and a half ago playing Cyberpunk Red? Something that we've started doing here on the channel very, very recently. That was our first stream of it. We're going to be doing it again on Tuesday. D&D group finally got together today after several months. It was epic, and we hit level 10. Fuck yeah, Geeky Taniki. Say we, my players. Yeah, okay. I feel that pain. I wind up in the DM's chair more often than not when I do get a chance to play role-playing games. These are just this is the price we pay to have friends, I suppose. We have to entertain them. The few of us who are ever willing to actually be the DM wind up in that spot quite a lot. Can someone tell me what weapons these are on this model of Vulture / Mad Dog, these little front nose guns? Because I have no idea offhand. They're medium pulse lasers? Okay, so they would be green lasers. I don't want to do green. I've got so much green on it already, but all my medium lasers always wind up green. Blue? I could do blue. I guess they'd be lensed green. They would at least be, you know, differentiated from the rest of everything. Oh, thank you so much, Sumitha, for your super useful advice. Helped in a tiny way, and therefore I feel my existence has been validated. We start at 5... my streams are almost always at exactly the same time, Geeky Taniki. We start at 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. But the VODs are always available, and I'm planning on getting that session uploaded to you. I'm almost caught up with my YouTube uploads. So one thing that was really cool that happened from the dual stream we did Tuesday with Wandering XP is bound and determined to see me catch up with my YouTube content and start using my YouTube channel for something actually useful and not just as an archive for my Twitch VODs, which I really appreciate. I really appreciate him being willing to help me get that done. Even if all he's doing is reminding me to work on it periodically, it's something that I need. Because right now my YouTube channel is really I just upload VODs. And it's so lazy, it's so low effort. I think that it's good that the channel exists. Because it could become something later on, but I've been just lazing about on there for a year now, and I need to step things up a little bit. I really do. Cool thing about lasers, you can make it any color, really. Yeah, I've just standardized it for my own purposes. Where's that other bottle? Gunmetal Glaze from Rainy River Designs. I'm going to try some of this. You know, Sumitha, I think that's probably what I'm going to do, is just leave it black. because the lasers on the Tyrant are not shaped in such a way that I can do my usual lensing on them anyway, and I was thinking I might just try to give them like a glowing look, like they've been fired a little bit too often recently. So let's try some of this out. Yes, yes, indeed, Ravencat. So, Rainy River Designs is the startup company owned by our very own Kursala and Data Nerd, and he's been looking. Kursala has been looking at producing some paints over there, in addition to the merchandising products and stuff that have been available so far. So I am trying them out. Let's see how this goes down. Ooh. It has a good consistency. Pulls itself into those corners real nice. Yeah, these are test products that I have received here. Not necessarily representative of final products. I'm gonna pull a little bit out of the middle there. I realized that I did it like a week and a half ago. I am still like profoundly embarrassed about my performances as Stitches O'Malley on the stream for Cyberpunk Red. Like, we're gonna do it again. Stitches is coming back. His character has more to do. I'm just gonna have to just embrace it a little bit. The sheer fucking insanity of it all. Ooh, I don't want to do that yet. I want to work on the cockpit glass before I go doing that part. Green, your looks just about right for the Jaguar's heart I want to do. Might need to go a little bit more teal. So the green I'm using is the Dr. P.H. Martin Spectralite Emerald, which it has, like, if you look at it, it's not showing on the camera like it does in person, but it's got a significant amount of blue in it. It would be a good start to move in the direction of blue. I mean, obviously, I wasn't so embarrassed that I didn't do it. It's just one of those things where I gotta take a deep breath and then, like, kind of sit back and kind of get in character and then, you know, start having a shouting match with myself as two poorly educated social media addicts in a futuristic nightmare world. Any performance issues with the paints are purely the fault of the painter and not the paint. I don't know if I told you, Roland, you probably saw because I posted it up on the Discord that I did pick up an actual physical copy of Cyberpunk Red directly from R. Talsorian Games. That's what Kursala was talking about. Magic paints! Yeah, the very same, NB Toby. How you doing today, man? I'm gonna try something. Since I've got some of the colors on my palette already, we're just gonna try this and see how it goes. I don't have a reference image. I should have a reference image for what I'm trying to do, but you know what? Worst comes to worst, I'm just going to paint green over it. Rubio Kemi. I can't be saying that right. I can't be saying that right. Rubio Kemi? Rubio Kemi. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Welcome in. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope that I didn't offend you as the very, very first thing that happened when you came into the stream. I hope that wasn't. Ruby Alchemy. Oh my god, yes, that makes so much more sense. How could I not see that? Project Dark Fox, what would I do without you? Ruby, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ruby Alchemy. Ruby Alchemy. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with me?
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
More and more and more and more. I need to make this larger. Wonder if that's going to be my record for, like, fastest follow gained and then lost immediately. Gives a follow, hears me say, Rub Yal Kemi, and is just like, nope, never mind, I'm out, I'm good. This dumb asshole. I'm gonna drink water, because Data Nerd said to. Oh, that's Data Nerd telling me to drink more beer. Shit, I thought that was... Okay. Well, I'm gonna do both. Would somebody do me a favor? Would somebody pop over into Chaotic Harmony's stream and tell me how drunk he is? Because he's been doing shots all day. And I'm a little curious how that's treating him, because he doesn't really drink all that much. Last checked, he seemed to be feeling really good. He's still coherent. Okay, so he's in the decent part of the drinking phase. Isn't 3067 the one dedicated to drop ships and such, or is that a different year? Oh, is that 3057? I'm not the right person to ask, but see, the nice thing is there are people in chat who are the right people to ask. do a lot to make up for my complete lack of knowledge of most things outside of 3025. Well, knowledge stops right at the jihad, like so many things. Like so many things. As long as he's not, like, hating life right now. Because the guy, like, bought himself a bottle of some awful fucking tequila. And has been doing shots for dumb crap, like, every time he drops and doesn't do 200 damage in a match, I'm gonna do a shot. And I'm like, oh, this is such a bad idea. Ugh. Twitch drinking challenges, how to destroy your liver in a single session. That's right, guys, we're gonna do a 24-hour stream and I'm gonna drink the whole time because I hate myself. I express my self-loathing in other. I was gonna say more healthy, but they're not more healthy, they're just less public ways.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
This is just like, I'm doing just kind of like a little test for, I don't know, it's like a laser burn or something, maybe. I'm just fooling around, seeing what I can come up with. I'm gonna look at some more reference shots later and get some ideas from other people. This is me just making it up on the spot. I think it could work with more damage and some little chips and stuff around it. Maybe by brightening the green up slightly to help it show better. It kind of works. Yell at the mirror like drunk Yoda. That's not the only way that I'm similar to drunk Yoda, I'll have you know. That could work. Gonna have to do a lot more, but I just wanted to test. Just wanted to test at least one little method of battle damage. Painted onto a flat surface to get us started. I think I'm going to push my green significantly higher in general. Which of the structures I have designed is my favorite? That's an interesting question. I'm very partial to Trinity Tower. The big one. It is showing its age, and it is one of the files that needs to be updated in the upcoming Downtown version 2. Because my ability to sculpt has advanced significantly since I made that tower, and I can see changes that I want to make in it. I am very partial to it. I don't know if it's my favorite. Do I have a favorite? I don't think anybody's asked me that before. How does one pick a favorite? It's like being asked to pick your favorite kid, you know? You don't want to do it in front of them at the very least. It's considered poor form. Vergatarung's gotta go to work. Oh, hell. Well, you know, have a good drive at the very least, Verg. And hopefully you can join us again. I really like drop-based Delta. I like the modular, prefabricated structures in the Delta base package quite a lot. Again, it's hard to say that they're a favorite. But they're definitely up there. If there is a favorite, they're a contender for it. As a group. What's your favorite dinosaur? I like the Allosaurus because it's like a T-Rex, but it's more reasonable. It's more achievable, if you will. Like the T-Rex, you know, you look at the T-Rex and you're like, yeah, it's a T-Rex. It's a bit much, though, you know? It's like the Big Daddy. It's got King in its name. It's like, settle down. Settle down, T-Rex. The Allosaurus is much more, like, hey, guys, what's up? I'm a big carnivore. You know? Love the look of the city's curtain walls. I do like the curtain wall. I guess, okay, if you were to put my back to the wall and say pick a favorite structure overall that you've made, I think the combination in the defense pack of the Trinity City Sigma Dome and curtain walls are probably my favorite, if only because they make Trinity City the most like Mega City 1. Which, if you look at the curtain walls for Trinity City, and you don't get a little bit of Mega City 1 out of that, then you're missing a major influence, because that's what I was thinking. It's definitely what I was thinking. We all know your favorite dinosaur is in the raptor family, right? Right, it's that ion raptor. My favorite dinosaur is a 6-foot turkey. Don't have a problem with the wobbies going off the deep end. What bothers me is the scope of it. It felt less like the culmination of events from... Yeah, no, Amish Dig, I think that you've hit the nail on the head there as far as complaints about the Jihad goes. It's not really what happened. It's the problem that what happened doesn't seem to fit at all into the pre-established narrative of the universe. If I'm being honest, I have exactly the same problem with the Battle of Tukid. I'm not really a giant fan of the fact that the clans are ultimately defeated by fucking Deus Ex Telecom. It was always weird to me, the way they were like, oh, we've written it so that the Inner Sphere is definitely losing because the clans are better at everything. And then they're like, surprise, Comstar has all the mechs in the goddamn universe, and they just fool the clans into losing, even though that still shouldn't be enough to beat them. It's like, that doesn't feel earned. That feels like a writer wrote themselves into a fucking corner and then suddenly realized all at once that they had to write their way back out of it. And it's not satisfying to me. It's why I prefer... I mean, there are many reasons that I prefer 3025 as a setting. I think everybody knows by now. I definitely do. 3025 didn't have any of those grand galaxy-spanning significant events, and they feel unnecessary to me. 3025 for me is about, shitty little periphery planets. 3025 is about a face-off between a merc unit that only has 4 mechs between 12 pilots and is using a bunch of shitty tanks they found, and like some pirates that cobbled together 1 or 2 mechs out of some junk that they found in an old hangar or something like that. 3025 is about, if you've got a battle mech at all, you're fucking stoked about it. Whereas as soon as you get into the clan invasion, it's like, yeah, whatever, we got battle mechs, we got shiny battle mechs, don't use that battle mech sucks, we've got newer battle mechs. And I'm like, it misses the point for me. It's why I never participate in the conversations about, like, oh, the Shadowhawk is dumb and this is why it should have been better. What were they thinking when they designed it? What they were thinking when they designed it is that you should be grateful to have a mech at all, and using one that is suboptimal is more of a puzzle than anything else. What they were thinking when they designed it is that if you've got a mech at all, it's probably been in your family for like 200 years or some other contrived reason that you have it. And you haven't been able to find ammo for a lot of it for, the last 50 years, so maybe you replaced its autocannon with something a little lower caliber. What I call the Fourth Succession War, Roland, is the death of the Time of Plenty. The Fourth Succession War is necessary for 3025 to make any sense. Because the whole, I want to have the advanced technology to exist so that it can be rare, but for it to exist so that it can be rare, the succession wars need to have occurred. It's one of the reasons I'm a fan of the random allocation tables, Kursala. So players can't really choose what it is that they're using, they're just going with what is available. What was in the garage? Refer in both cases, Comstar's military and Word of Blake, especially the latter, had the elements built up toward it happening for quite some time in universe. Yeah, but that doesn't, here's the thing. I can say, I can have introduced a great many reasons in the universe that, for instance, yeah, okay, it's, I guess, possible using in-universe explanations and pre-established forces that say Sheev Palpatine could be cloned and resurrected and be the bad guy again. These reasons can exist within the story in a completely legitimate way. They can even have been part of previous stories, as many of us know. that doesn't make it narratively satisfying or a good idea to then begin a movie with the words, somehow Palpatine has returned. You follow? Like, just because you wave your hands in the air a few times and through the magical power of imagination, you've written a contrived scenario for something stupid to happen? That doesn't make that stupid thing good. It just makes it predictable and unfortunate. I think that the contrivance of the Jihad at least served a better purpose for me than the contrivance of the defeat of the clans at Tukiyid. The contrivance of the Jihad just popping out of somebody's ass at least served the mechanical purpose of returning the game setting itself to roughly 30-25 technological levels, if not lower, giving us an excuse for things like... Because, I mean, one of my favorite things that came out of MechWarrior Dark Age was the resurgence of a use of like, agrimechs. I love agrimechs. I think agrimechs are fucking cool. I love the idea that in this world where you need... where battlemechs are super duper rare, some periphery militia took a mech that was designed to construct buildings or harvest crops and was like, let's replace the buzzsaw with this laser that I found. I love that. And it ultimately was just a contrivance to allow that sort of thing to happen. That at least is a good reason, even if it was not executed as well as I might have hoped. I feel like the word of Blake is like... the word of Blake, as necessary as it is for Dark Age to exist, is the part of Dark Age that I can just take and roll up into a ball and throw in the trash. Like, yep, the word of Blake, Jihad, yep, all that stuff, that's great. Get the fuck out of here. Let's talk about this cattle master fighting against this construction mech. Let's talk about this. Because all that existed to make this happen. You're absolutely right, WJ. You're absolutely right. Here's the thing. We all read Dark Empire, we all remember Dark Empire, and most of us who read Dark Empire agreed Dark Empire was stupid and we should never do it again. But then Disney was like, well, let's do it again. Fucking shit, guys. Come on. You're literally the only one I've heard who says they like agrimechs. Well, Aeon Drummond, you know, it takes all kinds. It takes all kinds. We all get a fresh start with the new era, Ill Clan. I mean, sorta, but it's like, we get a fresh start along with a bunch of crazy new weapon systems that are easily being mass-produced, and it's, I don't know. I'll take it as it comes. I think that Battletech in general needs one of those events now, though. It needs a restart. It needs a hard reset and a return to its roots to some degree. Movement called the Word of Blake building momentum for more than a decade in the existing lore with a sense of inevitability that shit was gonna hit the fan. But, you know, I'm not saying you're wrong, Sumitha. I'm not saying that it can't be justified. I'm just saying that it's not necessarily satisfying even if it is foreshadowed. It's the same way that I feel about a lot of 40k lore. Like, yes, a lot of the things that are happening now in 40k lore were foreshadowed, but in the setting, in the context of a war game, of a self-insert narrative like Battletech, like 40k, which I think is distinct from just a series of novels. It has its own life in the form of, you know, the players who participate in it and who make their forces and imagine themselves being there. Its primary purpose is to facilitate the war game, ultimately. That foreshadowing in many cases needs to kind of remain foreshadowing because it's just part of the setting, and I understand the urge that writers have to pay off that foreshadowing by going, and then something big happens, but I've almost never enjoyed how they really did it. It's a lot like the not exactly like, but somewhat like the Horus Heresy in 40K, where it's like the Horus Heresy in 40K was better when it was a mysterious thing that happened in the distant past, and no one knows the details. It's been so long, and all that we know is that it was important, and great warriors fought in it. And now it's like, well, I can tell you who fought in it, and when, and where, and what battles they fought in, and how they killed the other guy. And it's like, I don't know. I feel a little robbed as a player, as a fan, which I realize sounds entitled, but, you know, I'm kind of an entitled bastard. I'll own that. I don't disagree with you, Tyrant and Vulture. It's not the fact that they're agromechs that I liked. It was the role that they served of being refitted from another purpose, or less than ideal for what they wanted to use them for. It's more the spirit of the agromech that I really like than the specifics of the agromechs that came to exist. In the same way that I like the idea of, well, this Shadowhawk has been in my family for 250 years, and we ran out of ammo for its AC-5 a long fucking time ago, and we haven't been able to get any more, so we swapped it for another rack of SRMs, which we do have access to. Also, the laser stopped working a while ago, and we can't repair it, so now it's just kind of a piece of metal that it punches with. It sucks. But in the right setting, something that sucks that bad can still be hugely influential. But that setting needs to be a setting of downfall. That setting needs to be a setting of scarcity. And it's really the loss of scarcity that troubled me the most when the clan invasion... And bear in mind, I'm complaining about things that happened decades ago, so this is about the most impotent form of complaining about Battletech you can get these days. They shouldn't have done the clan invasion. Like, yeah, that's like saying, you know, Star Wars shouldn't have done the prequels. Like, it's there now, man. Shut up. But, it's what I didn't like about it at the time. The nice thing about being a war game that is a self-insert that I do go into and create my own forces in is that I can just go, well, I'm playing 3025. And, that's just that. None of that shit has happened yet, so deal with it. That was a nice nap. I'm glad that you had a good nap, Sheza. 3025 is so boring. See, I find it exactly the opposite. I find... I realize that, you know, I paint Battletech on here, and we get into conversations about this politic and that politic and this house and that house, but if we're being honest and we're coming down to the core of just me personally and what I like about Battletech, I couldn't give two damn shits about the major houses. I couldn't give two flying fucks about any of the major mercenary forces, any of the novel characters, any of the big events. I don't fucking care about. I don't. Like, a little bit. I get a little bit into some of the characters, but that was never what Battletech was about for me. Battletech was about no-name assholes in empty fields on crappy backwards planets, slugging it out with gear that was older than the last 3 generations of their families. Battletech for me was never about the grand beats of the galaxy. The grand beats of the galaxy existed for me for the sole purpose of facilitating the microcosmic events that no one would ever know about, no one would ever care about except the people involved in them. It was a galactic post-apocalypse that happened to involve giant mechs. And part of what I enjoyed about it is the same thing that I used to enjoy about 40K before they rewrote it, and that was the simple, unavoidable truth that this is a galaxy in decline. Without a major sequence of events, a major influx of something, this galaxy is on the way out. Everyone is going to die. They just don't quite know it yet. It hasn't really settled in yet, but it is spinning down. And eventually they're going to lose contact with one another and humanity's just going to sort of putter out. I can't tell you exactly why I like that setting as much as I do, but I do. It's the same thing that I like about Maelstrom's Edge, the game from Spiral Arms Studios, the guys who run Daka Daka. They went ahead and wrote into their setting, they're like, oh no, the galaxy's doomed. Like, there is nothing that can stop that now. Everything is going to burn eventually. The entire premise of the setting is how long can we run away from it? How long can we avoid it? And yeah, you're absolutely right, Colonel Matthew Steiner. The grim, dark aspect of 40K that was, hey, everybody's dead and they don't know it yet, has become, well, we got some new technology and maybe we'll survive. And I'm just like, I'm not into it. Yeah, Kursala, you might see some of that in my writing. Kursala has seen more of my writing than most, and yeah, you might see that. I write futility. I like my settings to be vast, uncaring, murderous voids into which humanity throws itself and ultimately destroys itself. But what matters is not that we ascend to some galactic throne. What matters is, what am I eating tonight? I don't know. It speaks to me. Maybe it's because I'm a bit of a nihilist sometimes. That's why I dislike conversations about, like in 40K, when, oh, if such and such did such and such, then the Emperor would rise again, and and I feel like you're just missing the point. The Emperor's never going to rise again. Humanity's doomed. That is the premise. That is the story. If the Emperor rises again and humanity isn't doomed, I'm immediately less interested. If the clanners show up from beyond space with a bunch of new technology, and some assholes find the Helm Core and they're like, oh shit, we remembered how to build battlemechs. Oh, let's start up the assembly lines again. I lose interest. Because that was never what it was about for me. But that's just me. That's just me, and I get that Battletech has moved on quite a bit since then. But I'm gonna keep bitching about it. I think I want to do these toe joints in that gunmetal. Have enough nihilistic ennui at work. I don't need it in my game. See, I understand that, Roland. Not everybody's as into it. I don't know. We all seek escapism in different ways, you know? And I agree with that, Sumitha. I think that what keeps me coming back to Battletech is that Battletech, both as a setting and mechanically as a game, is an a la carte system. It is everything you want it to be and nothing you don't want it to be. Because I, as a player, could just go, we're playing in 3025 and we're using these optional rules, and that's just how it is. We're using forced withdrawal. And it doesn't really matter at that point what the books say. The books don't mean shit compared to my personal garage game and my house rules. I like to imagine Battletech through the lens of those people in 3025 living on periphery planets with ancient battle mechs that, you know, like, okay, so one of my favorite stories in there are character backstories written for some of the, like, Kickstarter characters in the HBS Battletech, right? And one of them is about a dude who grew up on, like, a farming planet, and there was an old blackjack rusting in a field outside of his village that was left there from when a mech warrior came stumbling in, apparently sick with some disease, sought refuge, and then died in the village, but left his battle mech there. And he grew up with he and his friends playing on the wreckage, or just the abandoned hulk of this old battle mech. And then when some mercenaries attacked his village, he ran out to this rusted old nasty Hulk, he climbed in, he succeeded in powering it up and going after him, and in the story, they spanked him, because it's a shitty old battlemech and he didn't know how to drive it. But the idea of this rusting old Hulk on the edge of a farming village that some kid jumps into to try to save the fucking day is just, it's romantic, is what it is. And I guess you could say that I'm in it for the romance, ladies and gentlemen. I'm into the giant robots for the romance of the whole thing. What if the Emperor became a chaos god, the one thing he never wanted and would hate himself for? See, that's still too definitive for me. Like, I like those open-ended questions because the answer to them ultimately becomes the opportunity for the player to insert themselves into the universe. To be like, well, I think this would happen. It represents potential. It represents wonder, which is what it always was for us back in the day playing it. And then some writer comes along who is officially endorsed by the company, and they take away all that wonder. They just go, no, this is what happens. This is the thing. It goes from, ooh, maybe Robot Gilliman may one day emerge from his stasis, and becomes, oh no, he totally did. That happened like a year ago. Yeah, no, Gilliman's hanging out in the other room, dude. You can go ask him what happened. Like, wait, what? Stop that. Please stop doing that. Very fitting for Valentine's Day. Oh, I agree. I think Battletech works better as dark fantasy, leave shiny high fantasy to Gundam. Yeah, exactly, Amish Stig, exactly. Like, as much as I love the mecha of it all, Gundam was one of my... And don't get me wrong, I like Gundam. I enjoy a number of Gundam series, but I think it should be very telling that, like, my favorite Gundam series, at this point, is, like... I'd say the 8th Mobile Suit Team, though I don't really love the overall story of it, but, like, Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans, as far as it's one of the newer ones, and it's one of my favorite storylines, because it's kind of bleak and terrible. It has an entire class of war orphan known as human debris. Have you read Keith Laumer's early Bolo stories? I haven't read any stories at all by that author. I think this is the first time I've heard their name. Would you ping me on Discord with that? Because if that sounds like his sort of writing, it's something I wouldn't mind checking out. And that's exactly how I like it, Amish Stig, because I think of battlemechs. I know that they're big stompy robots. Like, I get that. I understand that is what they are fundamentally, physically. But I think of them more. They're force multipliers. They're steeds. They are the horse upon which the knight of the inner sphere rides into battle. You know? That's what it is to me. And getting obsessed with the mechanics of it and the laser beams of it all is, for me, missing the point. A little bit. That's why I like the humanoid mechs more than I like the more animalistic or digitigrade or turret on legs mechs. Is because the humanoid mech, the more classic mechs, the mechs that were inherited from other series, are more like an analog to a warrior. It's not just, oh, I'm piloting a tank that happens to have legs. It's like, I step into this machine, I wire my brain to it, and I become it. It is my avatar. I am now this grand god of war standing astride the field of battle. That is more interesting to me. but we all have our preferences. And as noted, the fact that it is such a big tent and it is so a la carte means that we can all have what we want simultaneously, and isn't that exciting? How about Zoids? Everything is a quad. You know, I've never even looked at Zoids. Like, I'm aware of the existence of Zoids. I have had friends who are into Zoids. I have never once looked at it. Wasn't it like a line of toys or something? I apologize if my ignorance is offensive to anyone. It's just not something that ever really... Like, it crossed my radar, but it never really came that close to my attention. Ho! 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 Flickster! Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome to me just sort of vaguely complaining about things that don't matter and I have no control over. I feel like that's probably familiar to most of us. Building kits based on an anime, okay. A lot of the forces they assembled were gathered through religion before the jihad started. Once the call to arms was given, word of Blake's army was able to grow exponentially from the influx of religious zealots willing to learn how to fight. This built upon the army forms... See, I'm not saying that I don't find the Blakeists... I don't have that strong of feelings on the Blakeist jihad. Like, I'm not strictly against it. I will say that I probably like the concept of the Word of Blake more than I like the concept of the clans. I really do. But I don't have that strong of an opinion on it either way. I have a stronger negative opinion about the clans than I have about the Word of Blake. My biggest complaint about the Word of Blake is that I think a lot of their mechs are goofy looking, though I do kind of dig their whole cybernetic thing that they did. But then you know I love cybernetics in general in my sci-fi, but I'm really into transhumanism. Painting really, really slow tonight, but I'm just kind of gradually working up my yellows and my greens here into something rich that I can then go over and do a bunch of battle damage on and waste the time that I spent on it. You like the versions done by Plog? I just like Plog's art. Plog could draw any fucking robot and I'd be like, yeah, that's badass, man. That's badass. "3 a.m. in the UK. Iron-Blooded Orphans is the best storyline. Was emotionally engrossed in it. So I haven't finished it yet. I started rewatching it recently. When I first started watching it, only season 1 was out, so I was like, well, I'm just gonna forget about this until more of it comes out. And I understand that it's ended now, but I need to go and actually finish it. It's funny, like, emotionally I want the human debris to win, but I think that from a narrative point of view, they can't. It's the same reason that I like the ending, eventually, of Fang of the Sun Dougram, because it's a very real ending. It's like, yeah, I know you wanted the heroes to just sort of come out on top and defeat all the bad guys and everything to be hunky-dory, but that was never gonna happen. That was never an option. When you look at the universe that it's set in, that was just like... the closest you would ever get to that would be stomped out almost immediately. You were always going to have to settle for a victory that wasn't perfect. You had to count your blessings and really consider what it was you were after in that universe. Oh. Well, hey, thanks for stopping in, Flickster. if it is 3 a.m. in the UK. How irresponsible of you. Sitting up late at night, watching some dork in America painting robots, when you should be going to sleep so you can be a good little drone. I have no idea what you do for a living. That might be completely inappropriate. I will say that I'm happy with the work I've gotten done today with this brush, considering I destroyed this brush earlier today with super glue. It's actually performing decently well, at least just for simple layering and work like this. I'm gonna throw a quick black wash over the white portion of the Tyrant. With the intent of then building up its white afterwards. Oh, why thank you, Amish Dig. I have very few impressions that I do well. Apparently I do a passable Alec Guinness's Obi-Wan Kenobi from time to time, but only when I'm not trying to. If I get cocky about it and I start to be like, oh yeah, I can totally do Obi-Wan, then my next time I do it, it sounds like shit. Working for the man, building his website. Well, if you can't sleep anyway, at least I'm glad you've got a little bit of painting to keep you company. You know, that's something. That's gotta be worth something. Put a touch of flow aid in here. The second you get cocky, right? And then it all falls apart on that point. Which is thematically appropriate, because then you can throw in the classic Han Solo, great kid, don't get cocky. I have to say, I am fairly excited for whatever it is they're going to wind up doing with this Obi-Wan show they are supposedly making. Obi-Wan Kenobi is one of the better developed characters in all of Star Wars at this point, and Ewan McGregor completely fucking nailed that role. Like, of all the actors, and there were plenty who didn't really nail the role that they were given in the prequels, Ewan McGregor was a peach the whole time. He was amazing. He captured the attitudes of a much older, much more accomplished actor who had a great amount of disdain for the product that he was acting in. Like, perfectly. Don't want to talk about Disney, then we won't, because you know what? Disney kinda sucks. Like, for so many reasons, and probably there are many people in this chat who think Disney sucks for completely different reasons given recent events. But the one thing we agree upon, maybe not the why, but the fact that they suck. I personally feel that Disney is one of the closest things we have to a truly evil corporation on this planet. Truly evil. They siphon the dreams of the young, they process them, they grind them into a powder, and then they sell them back to you at a fucking premium. And it's gross, and I don't like it. I also can't do anything about it, so, you know. Supposed to be lurking and falling asleep, not engaging and sharing work. Engaging can help you to fall asleep. Actually, no, that's probably not true. I'm not going to encourage you to share work, but you know, if you felt like it, you do still have another 13 minutes to get a post in for the Storm Report, and that is always a good time. What? Are you drinking Melon Mountain Dew, Roland, you sick bastard? Is that what's going on here? Like, I've ignored that comment a few times because every time I see it, like, I dry heave a little bit. Melon Mountain Dew is good, and I'm an expert. Trust. Well, you are a soda addict. I guess I can. If I were gonna trust anyone, I suppose it should be you. I've spent like 3 hours getting to this point where I've kind of got a little bit of highlighting done on this thing. I was watching Wapelius last night, and he was like, oh, we've been painting for about 2 hours, and I've, completely painted 12 models with OSL lighting effects, and I'm just like, okay, yep. Gotta remember to never compare my work to anyone else's, because it will be embarrassing. Gotta switch to the magic of oils. Maybe one day, pun expected. Maybe one day. Going for that Steiner. That Steiner scheme. Well, here's the other thing. Maybe when I've been painting miniatures for a solid, 20 fucking years like Wapelius has, it'll be like, yeah, no big deal. Let's whip this out real quick. Sure, let's get on that. But we're not quite there yet. Wapelius has always existed. He's like a vampire. He's just sort of changed identities as time has gone on, right? Weren't we just talking about the man from Earth the other day? Pretty sure that was the plot. People get suspicious, when you haven't aged in a few decades, so you fake your death and you move on. Yeah, that's exactly what Wapelius... Not Wapelius. I just called you Wapelius, pun expected. But yeah. He, actually, unlike a lot of painters of his level, I don't find Wapelius's work to be in any way disheartening. I find his to be particularly inspiring. Because he as a person is very accessible. That's not the color I need to be using. Maybe Hyrule Blue? I haven't used this yet. So, Data Nerd, I have, let me show you what I have. Because I have oil paints, I have, what are they called? White spirits? The non-terpenoid paint thinner. And then next to me I've got this little rack of the Winsor and Winton oil colors. And I mean, it's a decent spread of colors. I think this is enough to paint a lot of things. I just haven't as much. Yeah, NB Toby, you can find his work in a lot of places, including right here on Twitch, where he has a channel that he streams to fairly regularly. The man is a wizard. I'm pretty sure he legitimately just is a wizard.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
But it is. Yeah, I don't really think I need more paints. What I need is more experience with the paints that I have. If that makes sense. At some point, I'm sure I will feel the bug to try oil painting again. I'm very impatient, though, when it comes to my mini painting. I like to be able to paint things and then play with them a few hours later. I need to switch brushes. I really did just massacre this brush earlier. I'm just trying to get all the use I can out of it. I swiped it right through some super glue, and it's just never gonna be the same, apparently. I'm gonna try to give it a good cleaning and reshaping later. I don't mind being a slow painter. I feel like the urge to paint very quickly, I feel like that's something that I got from starting to compare my work to other people, and thus I feel like it's probably not a healthy urge to indulge. Not as a goal in and of itself. Now that said, the other night I did have a wonderful moment where I was painting Black Widow for Marvel Crisis Protocol. And, where was it? Yeah. Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that this paint job on Black Widow is, like, amazing or groundbreaking or the greatest paint job that anybody has ever done under any circumstances, but I was very, very happy with this paint job because this only took me about 3 hours. When I just sat down and started going. And these are techniques and methods that before I would have spent a lot more time on. Mostly the face and the hair, and specifically choosing the highlights for the black bodysuit. But it just flowed very naturally. I was able to just start throwing down colors, start making choices, doing some quick highlights, and I very quickly hit a point where I was like, I'm actually, you know what? I'm satisfied with this. I feel pretty good about this. And this piece, honestly, to me, represents accomplishment. This represents growth as a painter. It may not be the greatest thing I've ever painted. It may not win any awards anywhere, but it came very naturally. Whereas before with the hair, I would have had to spend a lot of time thinking about how I was going to do it. I was just like, bing, bang, boom, let's do the hair, let's go through this series of highlights, let's use these techniques. It flowed. It was one of the quickest pieces that I've done in a long time. And it felt good to know that the practice that I've been putting in, that the effort that I've been putting in, it pays off in a very natural and organic way. In painting faster without that explicitly being what I'm trying to do, you know? Zemo came together the same way. You saw, like, because I got a decent way through painting Zemo on stream on Tuesday. I got most of the way through his boots, I got his pants largely textured up, and I laid down the rest of his base tones, excepting the golds and the sword. And then I was able to sit down and over the course of hour and a half, just throw together the rest. Did his eyes real quick, highlighted his face, did the texturing on his jacket, threw down a wash, did the NMM effects, and then I was like, boom, I'm done. And I didn't have to think much about the NMM. It's not like I did amazing non-metallic metal, it's very rudimentary. But I think that it pops. And weirdly, I feel like this, like, this is the angle from which you can see most of the work on the miniature, but I feel like on this one, this is the model's best angle, where you've mostly got his jacket and then just his eye kind of peeking just over his shoulder. I feel like this wound up being the golden angle for this mini, which I think is funny. Usually the back of the model is not the part of the model that I'm most pleased with. We got 2 minutes. I can do a little bit more work on the cockpit glass before that, then. It's also been nice working on something at a larger scale. I know that I paint mechs more slowly, because they are at such a small scale, and because I think a lot about how to accentuate the details. And it's one of those things where, again, once I do enough of it, it goes much faster. Particularly on a piece like this, where I'm looking for it to be a bit more detailed than your average game piece, you know? Let's take a little bit more of that Rainy Rivers gun barrel black here. This part should be that color and not green. I might as well do that now. Cranston Snord, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope you're having a good day. Ooh. Huh. So there's an interesting thing, Kursala. Putting your gun barrel black over an already established metallic actually has an interesting effect of kind of dulling it down to a more tolerable level from like a high silver or an aluminum.
I know
Camera
you're
froze.
Really focused,
Camera froze.
But your camera is
Son of a bitch! Let's fix it. It's intentional. I did it on purpose. Let me do one last thing real quick, just because I want to get a visual of this, and then we're going to roll over into the storm report. It's a very, very simple thing I'm going to do. I'm going to be taking some of Scale Color's orange leather here. It won't take 15 minutes. It won't take 15 minutes. All I'm going to do is drag my brush over the ground texture a little bit, just to give myself a little bit of warmth to compare all these cool colors against, and to give myself a better idea of how the piece is going to look once I've put more work into, you know, the rest of everything else. Just to pull out some of the ground texture.
When watching Thunderhead's stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
I know that it pleases Chaotic Harmony to no end that it is his voice that gets to antagonize me on my own stream, even when he's not here. I know that it does, because he's a bit of a bastard. I think this pose is pretty fantastic. If I was going to pat myself on the back for anything here, it would be the pose. I need to continue to work to do it justice, because man, Cyber Knight Metal Core Collectibles knocked this fucking model out of the park. And this is, I feel like the Tyrant is sort of the least of his accomplishments right now, between this, the Hammerhead, the Oryx, and I've got a Hammerhead I need to paint. It's true. I have a Falx, too. I'm going to try to make that my focus. I was thinking, like, I need to paint more Battletech stuff, but you know what I have? Specifically, as far as Battletech stuff, the paint goes, I have some really amazing stuff from people here in the stream, like Kersala, like Ion Raptor, like Metal Core Collectibles, and I have a number of mechs that I myself have sculpted and printed but have not painted yet. So before I go buying anything or painting anything new from CGL or anything like that, I've got a bunch of that I want to work through. And that's at least fairly inspiring stuff. There, I just wanted that little bit of texture, just the first start of it. So it's coming together. I think this is going to be a cool piece when all is said and done. What color did I put the gun barrel glaze on top of? I put it on top of some Vallejo air metallic steel. And I did it just right here.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
It actually served to... One of the problems that I have with those air metallics is that they tend to leave very... I don't know, I have a hard time blending their edges down. They end up being very abrupt transitions when I use them a lot of the time. So I try to use them on an entire piece. And this was kind of an abrupt shock of bright steel, but putting that gunmetal black over it toned it down into a much more subtle highlight, and I think that's something I'm going to kind of attempt to pursue. I know I said I was just going to do one thing. I'm going to do one more thing. It'll just take a second. It'll just take a second. Oh my god, calm down. Oh my god, it's okay. Oh my god, you guys. It's just for my personal gratification. You wouldn't deny a man that, would you? I'm just blackening the edges here. That's all I'm doing, because that last little spatter of primer's bothering me. This will be done again at the very end.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
I'm gonna have to find a way to work a lot more color into the base, I think. Yes, by the way, this is a gigantic hex base, not a normal-sized hex base. You might have picked up on that by now. You might have. Data Nerd, that donation is still just sitting in my Streamlabs donation thing. I looked into, by the way, those chargebacks and how Streamlabs and PayPal handles them. I think that even if they attempt to charge me back, I should be able to actually challenge it and come out on top, because the things that they recommend you doing are stuff like, if someone gives you a big donation that you think might be a chargeback on Twitch, one of the things you should do is get them to confirm. First of all, make people sign in to give donations, which is now a requirement for giving me donations on Streamlabs, so that it is tied to someone's actual Twitch account. And after that, if you can get that person to verbally confirm their donation in chat and be like, hey, are you sure you meant to give that donation? And have them go like, oh yeah, totally, that's yours. I understand that I gave you a donation. They're like, if you can get them to do that, like, and you've got a VOD of that, you're pretty well golden. At that point, they're not going to be able to charge it back successfully unless they prove that, like, their whole account was stolen, which is incredibly difficult to do. Yeah, like some little patches of grass, maybe some standing water, because it's meant to look like a battlefield. I've got like some craters and stuff in here. I think the rocks are going to add a little bit of shock of cooler color. I've got some under the leg there, and I've got some kind of in front of the vulture. I may recolor these panels on the side of the yellow missile launchers to green, because as of right now, I've got a lot of yellow. And as somebody pointed out, this Jade Falcon scheme looks a little lowy. Looks a little house lowy. We might need to do something about that. But this is where we are after one session for a quick review. And I think this is coming together just fantastically. I love that blue. No, I don't have any of your grass flock Cursala. I've got your moon dust and I've got your Arctic ice. The moon dust I have an idea for how to use finally on some terrain, actually. They use some yellow, Project Dark Fox. Use some yellow, as long as it's clearly identifiable as a Jade Falcon. Like, yeah, if you look at this and go, oh yeah, that's totally Jade Falcon, then I'm pretty happy with it. I think it's coming together nicely, though. The Tyrant obviously still needs a whole lot of detailing. I think that the Vulture is not far off from being able to really lay into it with some weathering pigments and just... I need to not do too much highlighting on it, just a little bit more, and then just start doing battle damage. I did this one little kind of laser burn on the front. I'm gonna look up some reference images for battle damage, for more severe battle damage than that. Because I want to make it more significant. I mean, he's missing both of his fucking arms, so I'm definitely gonna do some more detailing here where the arm is broken off. I'd like to put some more laser burns on him, some more chunks that has been taken out of him. Words talking English tonight. God damn it. Okay. Confox Fang, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. My voice just fell apart there for a moment. Metal Core Collectibles, this is a fucking fantastic mini. I wasn't totally convinced I was going to be able to pull this pose off when I started doing it, but this foot that you've included with the toes all angled downward, it works so well for this purpose. So it looks like he's standing on the leg with his heel, and his toes don't have any support, so they're all sort of folding in around it. And then this foot back here, where you can see, you know, he's leaning forward onto his ankle and lifting his heel up. Like, I could not possibly be happier with how this pose ultimately came out. I'm really looking forward to continuing to work on this piece. You'll probably get a couple, probably get at least 1 or 2 off-stream sessions, and then I'll finish it up on stream. This is the theory. We get some paints put away, and we'll go ahead and check out our storm report for tonight. Y'all have been so kind indulging me in my delays. It is what I'm thinking of, Sumitha. If I don't make it to actually 15 minutes, then Kursala's still full of shit, so here we go.
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Assuming that I have the screen where it needs to be, which I decidedly did not. Oh, God. Oh, my gosh. Let's take a look at what we have today. Didn't have any bets on. You said it would be 15 minutes. You said, we'll fucking rewind. You said it would be, wait, was it Kursala? Did somebody else say that? Oh, shit. Did I just, okay, fair. I assumed that it was Kursala who very sarcastically and cynically suggested that one more thing would turn into 15 minutes. Only because I will not, sir. Sir, I will not suck it. You are the one who will suck it. I made an arse out of everyone. As long as I made an asshole out of everyone and not just myself. Oh, Angry Muppet, I'm telling my audience to suck it. Apparently is what we're doing. Oh my God. We are going into a segment of, no, Dark Fox, no, I'm sorry. You don't have to suck it. Only Kursala is gonna, you know what, let okay, all right. Let's take a break.
If you anger the fox,
deep breath.
you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
Right? And let's agree that nobody has to suck it. Okay? I think we can agree that. Nobody here in chat has to suck it. I'm in the Storm Report, Dark Fox. Don't you go pulling that technicality bullshit on me. Don't you even go pulling that bullshit on me. Let's get to it. Let's get to it because I got a long scroll bar here. And we are getting started off hot with White Wolf up first. Insert maniacal laughter here, something like something like that. Maybe, I don't know if that quite crossed the line into maniacal. Maybe it was just more sinister, maybe a little arch. But, you know, you're gonna have to make do. Anyway, since I have more on the way, I might actually want to finish this one. What an idea. Or at least get his decals on. I could go further on, but I kind of like him as he is now. Doubly so all the various things I've learned while working on this model, and I kind of like the clean look for him. Next time, though, I suspect I'm going to give weathering a try, as well as possibly painting this or that to conceal various nib marks and whatnot. That is a good use for battle damage. Odds are after a few months I'll get another one of these kits, build them up, do a number of things so I can compare progress on the two, and maybe not accidentally break a few parts while I'm at it. Yeah, you'll still break them. Strongly suspect I'm going to need different tweezers, though. My current ones latch onto the dry rub stickers way too easily and then won't give them up. And they're fat tip too, which makes placing decals even harder. You did the red comet. You absolute madman. God, that is beautiful. That is just fantastic. Very, very nicely built. Dry rub stickers. I don't think I'm familiar with those. Not maniacal enough. Okay. Okay, fair enough. The farce returns. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Thank you so much for that follow. This is lovely. Yeah, print a BFG 9000 and then put it on a Zaku. Now we're talking. Now we're cooking with gas. Dry rub stickers give them a weathered, worn look. I'm gonna have to take a look at this. Damn good-looking Zaku. I agree. No, this came out wonderfully, and I love the giant rifle on the Red Comet. Nicely done. Here we have from Crossbow Roof, speaking of making progress on my HG Jesta build, and picked up my first MG kit tonight. Yeah, it's not Gundam, but I like the Pat Labor series. I'm saying Pat Labor. I don't care if people think it's pronounced Pat Labor. You wouldn't say I need to perform some labor. They're called labors, and it's a patrol labor, so I can't imagine it any way other than pat labor, which is a weird word. The price was great. Also, working on my texture challenge, no brush challenge, the Swordbreaker battleship, and even a cross stitch for my wife. Yeah, lots on my plate. I feel you on that one. I need to actually watch Patrol Labor, the show, Pat Labor. Because I've watched like the first episode, and then I got distracted by Votams. But then over the course of time that I was watching the initial Votom series, I gradually came to dislike Votams, and then I just kind of got out of watching New Mecha for a little while. So I need to dig back into this one because everyone says it's good. You don't do experiments in a laboratory, you do it in a laboratory. But this is not the same root word, Amishtig. You're talking about different root words. And yeah, okay, laborious, yes. But you could also, I think, legitimately say laborious. You know what? Fucking Chaotic Harmony. Fucking Chaotic Harmony. What's up, fucker? Only slightly drunk. Only slightly drunk. Drunken Fister here in person, ladies and gentlemen. Chaotic Harmony, how you doing? How's the stream, man? How did things go? It's a nice looking kit. It's a nice looking kit, and it's a show I need to watch. Crossbow Roof, thank you for sharing with us today. Ooh, White Wolf. Fuck it, why not? Let's get the other shots I took posted up in here too this time. All about that rear angle. It is so painfully obvious that exactly the same designers worked on the initial Gundam designs and Fang of the Sun Dougram. There is just so much in the Zaku, having just done the work. I'm gonna sneeze. God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everyone. Having just done the design work to make the Dougram blockhead, there's just so many little details on this. I'm like, yep, same dude. Absolutely the same guy designed these two things. It's only Pat Labor if it's from the Labrador Peninsula. Otherwise, it's just sparkling white mecha. Damn it, Crossbow. You wrote that as I was making the joke. You couldn't just let me have it. Fine. Didn't get too toasted or anything. Should I try painting while dry? I mean, why the fuck not? Go for it. What's the worst that can happen? Just, you're painting with acrylic paints, right? You're not going to poison yourself too bad. Because I'm silly and this was rather nice relief that went on from Therapy Thursday. Have a different angle. No, seriously, working on it last night helped kill off resurgent emotions of losing my uncle to a plane crash when the F-18 kit came in. I'm so sorry about that. I am happy, though, that working on a model helped you to work through those immediate feelings. It is a very therapeutic activity for me as well. And if that doesn't count, I'll jokingly add in that there was some retail therapy involved, too. You know about the T-80U and the Minotaur Demon Lord. Excuse me, you mean the Minotank? Yes, I do. I do know about the Minotank, and I'm never going to let that rest until you admit that that is what that project is called. Also have 4 more gunplay kits on the way. 1 Master Grade Gunner Zaku Warrior Lunamaria Hawk Custom. 1 Real Grade, as I'm curious about such, RX-178 Gundam Mark II, aka the blue one, and 2 high grade from Origins MSO4 Boogle Rumble Raw, as well as Zaku 2 Type C6R6. I love mechs, you guys. I love mechs. I really, really do. Yet another Discord. Confox Fang, I feel that. Confox Fang, that speaks to me. Yet another Discord. Do you have any idea how many Discords I'm in? A lot. You're probably in more, because this is just what happens with Discords. And let me ask you something, Confox Fang. Are most of them particularly active? Do you go to most of the Discords that you're in? Because I don't. I go to a handful of them regularly. I go to other ones when announcements pop up. But let me tell you something, Confox Fang. Something I'm very proud of. I'm in a whole lot of Discords, not just for hobbies that I'm in and for properties that I like, but also for streamers that I enjoy. And a lot of them are just stream announcements and the occasional sharing of memes. And while we have that in the Thunderhead Studio Discord. And I cannot claim responsibility personally for what I am about to say. The Thunderhead Studio Discord is a really good one. It's one of the better ones that I am in. And I'm not going to stand here and be like, that's because I personally crafted it by hand. I didn't. I invited people in. And it just so happens that the community that has built up around this stream, independent of the stream itself, is fantastic. It's filled with amazing people, incredibly talented artists, really, really active hobbyists, 2D artists, 3D artists. It is shocking how active and how involved it is. And what I'm getting at here, Con Fox Fang, is give it a shot. Because I feel that. I know what you mean. Ugh. Another Discord. Damn it. What am I doing with my life? How am I in this many Discords? But I don't think you'll be disappointed by this one. And if you are, you'll get your money back. That's my guarantee. Because it doesn't cost anything. I'm funny. Oh, I'm funny. That's crazy. Where should I post my pics? Which channel? If they are of miniatures. Well, it depends on what they are of. Con Fox Fang. We have a 3D art section, we have a 2D art section, we have a miniature specific section. If it doesn't seem to fit anywhere, please feel free to post it in general. If it's about miniature painting, there is a general channel for mini painting that it would fit into very well. I like to think that it's fairly decently organized without too many superfluous channels, but please do let me know. And let's take a last look at this lovely red Zaku here. It really is a gorgeous kit. I love the... I know that a lot of people like the blockier designs of some of the more modern Battletech stuff, but I mean, just look at this. Look at it. Unpainted, but created. If they're, like, physically... if they exist... I say if they exist. If they're not like a 3D model, and you've got them, but they're unpainted, there is a works in progress channel under miniatures. And that would be a perfect place. A perfect place. They're metal models, yeah. Put them in works in progress. We have a very, very, like I said, we have a very active Discord. And I do try to keep up with everything that's going on in there, though sometimes it's a bit much for me. But let's just look at this. Look at the curves on this thing. Something I didn't understand about the construction of this foot type that is found between Gundam and Dougram is that there is an axis here in the foot, allowing this upper part of the foot, the instep, and the toe and heel section to actually rotate independently to create a more stable position. I didn't know that until recently when I was looking at some of the hasty models for Dougram. It's actually a really, really good idea, and something I might have to integrate into some of my 3D modeling. I'm just saying, look at this. Look at the flare here, the flare of the calf. Maybe ignore the tube. The tube's a bit superfluous. But the smooth, complex curves of the thigh going up into the arm, and it's all just, oh, it's so sexy. It's too much. It's too sexy. It's too sexy. We have to move on. I think it's why I freaking love the Zakus. The angles, the curves, things flow, and just, yeah, not big, blocky. They're not stompy rectangles. I don't like the stompy rectangles. I like my mechs to have some curves. At the same time, look at that thigh gap. Oh, damn. It's no Leo. You're not wrong. It's no Leo. It's Zaku. Almost as good. Almost as good. Missed the cutoff. I'm gonna pull that up and take a look at it myself a little bit later anyway. How about that? What did I just miss? Something just happened. Something just happened. It rumbled at me. Oh my god, the Amish Stig came through with the follow. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at that ship you've been working on here in a little bit. Zaku greater than Leo. Machine God is now banned from the channel. Get him the fuck out of here. Somebody get this asshole out of here. Fucking Zaku better than Leo. Jesus Christ. Wait, I should look at what I'm actually looking at here. Boy, glazes are fun so far. So yeah, this was white the last time that we looked at it, and you've just been glazing the colors in since then. And it's actually coming in pretty nice. It looks like, are you building up a little bit of a stripey pattern here? I see 2 across the shoulder. And if that is done on purpose, well, it has to be done on purpose because it continues down here. It is subtle and delightful. I'm glad that you're having fun experimenting with glazes. Nikki B hobbying well. Nikki B following. Thank you so much for that follow. Welcome to the stream and welcome to the Storm Chasers, Nikki. Where's my window? There it is. Why? Yeah, okay, yeah, Iberben isn't here, so I guess you got to get those clips in while you can, WJ. Jesus. Twitch is twitching out. I see what you did there. Heat Hawk would crush the Leo. It's not a question, Machine God, it's not a question of which one would win in a fight, okay? It's not a question of which one would win in a fight. I think it's hard to argue that the Zaku is not the higher performance machine. The Zaku is designed to be a high performance vehicle for an elite class of pilot. I know that it's like, it's a mook, but relatively speaking, Xeon mobile suits are like really hot shit. The Leo sucks. The Leo's awful. The Leo is supreme in a world where nobody else has mobile suits. Well, no, they're not the same beast, Machine God. They're absolutely not. The Leo is a piece of shit. The Leo is because the Tall Geese is a magnificent machine, and the bean counters were like, wow, the Tall Geese is amazing. We don't need a mech that does literally any of what it does. We take the fucking engines off, rip that Dober cannon off. It doesn't need that. It doesn't need the shield. We might throw those on from time to time for specific operations, but it does. Every single one doesn't need it. Take that stupid face mask off of it, get rid of the comb, color it green, make it smaller. And then, you know, you get the Leo. Pablo E. Daniel, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. This is some lovely glazing that you've been doing. I love how we go from green in through a drab down to kind of a desert yellow at the bottom. You got a little bit of that sheen from the glazing, but a little matte clear coat knocking that down. I think this is actually going to look pretty nice. The one thing you might do at this point is throw a quick dry brush. A quick dry brush to nail some of those edges. Man, this thing is really going to pop. Really, really nice work to Square, and thank you so much for sharing with us today. Here we have from Kursala. Since I missed the cutoff last time, here's a quick preview of the changes that Sumitha insisted that I make. The right side of the model, left side of the screen. Right side of the model. Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah, no, I got it. Yep, directions are easy. Yes. Has larger wings and a longer leg. I'm on board with the bigger wings, which have a new rotation ring at the articulation point, but I think the legs still look a little odd. Alright, so this is bigger. Bigger wing, bigger leg. I think the bigger leg is good. The proportion, like, I realize that it has this whole extra digitigrade thing going on back here. I get that, so from the front you miss it, but it looks weirdly small over. It looks like, it reminds me of like the original 40K Dreadnoughts, you know, with the little tiny little stompy legs. Chunka, 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 chunka. It's maybe just a little bit small, just a touch small. I like the longer leg. Longer talons on the feet, maybe that could help. Yeah, I could see that. Added the extra direction so you wouldn't get confused. And all you did was confuse me, Kursala. Well done. Well done, Kursala. And just for the hell of it, this one's for Jungle Plague. What have you done? What the hell did Jungle Plague do to deserve this? It's got arms on its back. It's got like a whole dark backward thing going on, and it appears to be flipping someone off over there. I don't know how I feel about any of this. This is like a body horror version of the mech that you've been working on. What did Jungle Plague say that made you do this? So there's an extra articulation point on this wing. New rotation ring at the articulation point. So it has a new rotation ring here where it connects to the backpack? He knows what he did. You leave Jungle Plague alone. He's one of the few people that appreciates my Dugram mechs. Maybe I just need to see it from the back. I think that the bigger is generally better, though, Kursala. Exaggerating proportions at this scale is all like... you really need to print one out. You need to, like, print one out both ways and compare them in person, because that's the only way that it's really, really going to make sense, you know? That you're really going to see the differences. Oh, it appears that he liked it. Because he responded with a goddamn Falcon Punch. Apparently that was the thing. I'm not even going to ask. Here from Wolverine, Battletech Alpha Strike Action Cam for the next game. You absolute unit. This... it's a fucking GoPro. Oh, that's adorable. Yeah, definitely. You definitely get a ground's eye view of the action when you turn one of your Hex units into an actual camera. Well done, Wolverine. Well done. How is that Rattler coming? Did I see you working on that some more? I don't know if he's in chat right now. But he had worked on a Rattler a little while ago, and I'd be very curious to see if he continued work on that. Damn it. Damn it, Pretzel. What are you playing at me? What is this garbage? This has a thumbs down. I'm looking at the thumbs down. I click the thumbs down. And it's like, I'm going to play it for you anyway, because you're not paying any money, you dumb bastard. And that's true. That is true. I'm not. From Drunken Fister, I make jokes. My name's Chaotic Harmony. Have you heard about our Lord and Savior protocols? Where did that accent come from? That's not my accent. I've never spoken like that in my life. I don't know. Our Lord and Savior Pro. It's funny because they're shield drones. Nice looking pumpkin patch you got there, Chaotic Harmony. I'm gonna sneeze again. Excuse me. That was perhaps a bit uncouth. I always have this feeling when I sneeze and I'm on stream and I don't have a mirror that I'm going to come up and there's just going to be like a... You know how it is. Gotta paint the tactical drone parts and the gun drone parts. Are you magnetizing them so you can swap drone parts? Is that a thing you can do with the current Tau drone? Again, the last time I played Tau, the drones had just the gun drones. I don't even think we had the alternative drone types. They're friction fit, so no need. Well, that'll only last the first 10 times that you swap them out, and then you're going to be begging for magnets. You'll be begging for magnets, Chaotic Harmony. Really, really nice paint job. Overall, though, love the pumpkin patch. I'm really going to be stoked to see this whole force together, and I'd like to hear about the reaction of your friendly local game store when they have their pumpkin Tau ready to go and use for demo games. I think it's just one of the coolest things. Just one of the coolest things. And Chaotic Harmony, it is fucking fantastic to see you not only continuing to paint, but branching out into new things. I should mention once this stream that we are getting the Thunderhead Home for Wayward paints together. It is currently we're ramping it up. I made a channel for it and I made a post for it in the Discord welcome. Make sure you go take a look at that and do the reaction to get the roll so that you can get notifications if you're interested. We will be accepting donations of paints and hobby supplies. And I mean, really, this is we're doing what we did for Chaotic Harmony, effectively, which is Chaotic Harmony was interested in painting. He was painting with some supplies that were, by the way, Heresy Killer, thank you so much for those bits. And I'm glad, man, because we got a lot of Battletech around here. But we sent some good supplies between Forgotarung and myself and a few others. We gathered some paints together, we gathered some brushes, we gathered some tools. We sent them to Chaotic Harmony so that he could pursue miniature painting without fighting his tools. And I know that when you start miniature painting, when you first pick it up as a hobby, it can be very daunting. You're not sure where to spend your money. You look at it, you're like, fucking $15 for a paintbrush. Why would I ever do that? That's crazy. I'll just get some cheap-ass synthetics. You end up fighting those a lot, particularly in the beginning before you really know what you're doing. And if you're using just like craft paints, you could theoretically reach the conclusion that you don't really want to continue miniature painting simply because you're using tools that are suboptimal. I know people who have, and I know that there's a popular movement behind like, well, it's a poor craftsman who blames his tools. You should be able to paint with fucking anything. I make my paint by grinding my fingernails and mixing it with some mucus and some pigments that I get from a flower outside. It's like, okay, that's great for you, man. I'm glad that you're a fucking paint prodigy, but the rest of us generally need pre-mixed acrylics for the most part. We'd like to put some of those acrylics in the hands of new painters. And I know that many of us who paint a lot, many of us who have been painting for years, wind up with... Oh, damn it, I gave your secret away, Kursala, I'm sorry. Many of us who paint for years wind up with paints that we're just never going to use. Not you specifically, Kursala. We wind up with paints that we just know we're not going to use. We tell ourselves I'm putting that away because eventually I'll come back around to using this paint after we buy like the new set of Pro Acryl or whatever it is that we like. And let's face it, we all know that those paints are never going to see the light of day again. So instead of letting them slowly harden into a solid block of acrylic, send them to me. I will assemble them into starter kits of paints with a series of primary colors. I will put a decent brush with them. I'm looking at Game Envy right now because I picked up a number of brushes for them. They were very reasonably priced. They're fantastic. I've been really loving the Game Envy brushes. So I'll throw in a Game Envy brush. If you want to send things like flush cutters, needle files, beginning hobby tools that anybody could use, I'll bundle these together into newbie paint kits. And we will start doing a sort of drawing to see who gets sent one of these every month from an interested list of parties. It's very new. I'm hoping to send the first kit out at the end of this month. That is my goal, the end of February. Forgotarung, I'll send you the damn P.O. box, man. I'll send you the P.O. box. I got the P.O. box because, just full disclosure, I don't like just giving my personal address to random people on the internet. Call me crazy. I'll just give you the address, Ferg. I've known you for a little while. I feel fine with that at this point. Speaking of good tools, just picked up a DSLR camera. Thank God I can still shop at the NEX. Ooh, man. I haven't been to one of those in a good long time. How you doing, Puck Duncher? How are things? I can hook folks up with some duplicates and such. Yes, Steiner, if you've got just extra stuff that you know you're not going to use, we will do our best to make sure that those things make it into the hands of newbie painters. And there's no guarantee that those newbie painters will continue painting, but at the very least, they won't quit painting because they don't know what the hell to buy or they're confused by paints. It'll also give them a chance to try out a few brands. Like if I can mix up, here's a little Reaper, here's a little Vallejo, maybe a little bit of Citadel, they can get a feel, you know, Army Painter, Pro Acryl, what have you. You know, I could, Chaotic. Oh, that's not a bad idea. That could be a really good way for me to process through some of the literal giant bins of minis I have that I have no intention of ever painting. We might be onto something, boys. We might be onto something. Yeah, 10,000 derbies, exactly. I don't think I'm going to print them individually, but I do have a lot of models lying around. Holy crap. Either way, Chaotic, that is some fantastic work that you've been getting done on your pumpkin patch, and I always love seeing your progress. Metal Core Collectibles, you'll be in touch. Have your people call my people. Interestingly enough, my people are just me. So, you know, that'll work out. Shock 21, you can't prove that it's not a solution. I'm going to prove that it is. This is probably as far as I'm going to get today on my Mad 4S in Tinkercad. I am glad to see that you grabbed onto another burst of inspiration, because I know you were feeling a little burnt out after getting this torso together, but I'm loving these angles, NB Toby. Not sure which view will translate into the real world model, perspective or ortho. Perspective. Perspective is a more realistic, depending on the scale, view of the model. It's more what you're going to see when you're looking at something because of the way that your eyeballs are oriented. Ortho is more of a perfect perspective, and it's a perspective that we don't actually have on real things in three-dimensional space. But it is the only view that you should be using for actually sculpting. It is going to be much, much easier on you to actually sculpt using ortho and then visualize using perspective. What the fuck is going on? Do you see Testers is doing acrylics now? I did not see that, WJ. I had not seen that at all. I haven't even looked at Testers stuff in a long time. Y'all are you having fun? You having a good time up there? I'm glad. This is some really nice work, NB Toby. What do you think is as far as you're gonna get in Tinkercad, man? You could do the whole thing in Tinkercad. It's a, you know what? Fine, I won't Puck Duncher. I'm gonna let it go. We're just gonna keep on keeping on. NB Toby, this is some fantastic work, and I think that you could very well finish that whole model right there in Tinkercad. Len Drake coming in hot with the follow. Thank you so much, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Labor of love. All the best things are. All the best things. Make it because you love it. You know, make it because you want to have it. Don't make it for any other reason. You're going to make it better that way. You're going to make something that you really want to have. Lore friendly doesn't count as hobby progress if the progress was making it possible to hobby again. Yes, because my basement finally has a floor again, so I can start putting furniture back and getting my hobby bench again. Oh, nice. Tile too. That's a good choice for a hobby room, because you may need to do a little cleaning every now and then. Found me on Facebook. I'll be damned, Facebook isn't totally useless. I don't like Facebook. I really don't. Like, I'm on it. I post ads on it. I post my work on it. But oh god, trying to wrap my head around like content algorithms on Instagram is hard enough without having to then deal with the way that like threads refresh on Facebook. Oh, it's a nightmare. And obviously what you were thinking when you came in, Lendrake, was I really hope that this guy will complain about Facebook for a while. Like, that's why I want to be in the stream, is to listen to this dude complain about Facebook. Well, it's your lucky day, because I did exactly that, almost unprompted. It's good to have you, Lendrake. This is a nice looking re-put together basement you got here, buddy. Definitely let us know and show us some pictures when your hobby desk starts going in, because man, with space like that, I could do some crazy shit lore friendly. Oh, you missed a spot in the back there. Airflex has got jokes, he's so funny. Roland working on something new and hot. Looks like we got a bit of a Mad Cat coming together with the, what is this? Is this Hell's Horses? Is that what this is? You guys always have to help me when it's clans. How you doing today, Wombat Combat? Have we gotten a shout out today for Wombat Combat Prime? Because if we haven't, could we please get at least one? A personal friend of mine from down in San Antonio, great fucking dude, huge fucking nerd, and I don't feel like that's pejorative. I feel like by saying that, you should want to follow him even more. I hope that that's a recommendation. I see green and red, I think Hell's Horses. Yeah, that is a nice, vivid blood red you got going on there, though, Roland. What are you planning for the cockpit glass? Looks like you've got sort of a gunmetal, or just like a gun black, because we got the same between the gun barrels and the toes here, and it looks like possibly some of the undercarriage. I mean, at least you own it. At least you own it, Roland. Not Roland, Wombat Combat, Jesus. Oh, my brain right now. I love the green and red. I think that it's really a very poppy kind of scheme. What are you planning for the cockpit glass? And do you think you're going to throw maybe a wash down on the rest of it? Because at this point, man, a wash would bring so much of this together. Anything from like military shader from Army Painter or even just a dark tone would do a really, really good job on that. Thank you so much for the reminder, Sumitha. Null oil wash. Yeah, that'd be a good move. Jesus Christ, Joel Squonks. Apparently you're having a good day. So I've been working on a customizable Alpha Strike card template to more personalize them and make them more attractive than blah, black and white AES cards. I've been working up some for my Lyrans and Wolverines, so I've seen some of these that Machine God's been posting over on his channel, and yeah, they're nice. I like these. They're definitely more visually interesting. Just that little splash of color does so much for them. Alpha Strike. I need to play some more Alpha Strike. You guys have slowly brought me around to believing that there is more thought put into Alpha Strike than I initially was willing to admit. I had a super duper fucking just kind of asinine, self-important viewpoint on Alpha Strike, like, it's just the lesser man's Battletech. It does not have anywhere near as much nuance. Certainly not as much consideration for the particular combat profiles of these fine and distinguished battlemechs. Turns out I was kind of an asshole, and there actually was a great deal more thought put into translating these battlemechs to Alpha Strike than I realized. So I'll eat that crow, you know? And I'll play some more of it. I had some bad experiences with it. And I think at the time I told myself, if we were playing classic Battletech, I would not have lost. But looking back on it, I feel like that's just nonsense. That's just hubris. Yeah, it's all about the crotein, Sumitha. All about that crotein. So you can have the power to fight like a crow. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yes, absolutely. E2, Thunderhead? E2? Any chance I can get you to play a different game, Kursala? I would love to play the game you're talking about. I would love to. I'm gonna need to wait a little bit for it to warm up because my game room is fucking frigid right now. But I'll tell you, come spring, summer, I'm gonna be out there and looking for something to roll dice with. Particularly since I might actually be able to get people to come play with me now. Colonel Matthew Steiner, are you doing First Free Worlds Guard? You beautiful son of a bitch. You magnificent bastard. I love the First Free Worlds Guard. Nice work on this. This is a champion, right? This is one of Syllogy's two, not champion. I'm not gonna look. Nobody tell me. It's a Crusader. Fuck. Yes. It's one of Syllogy's two Crusaders that he did. Champion. Champion has the big wing arm things. I got it. I like what you've done with the cockpits here. Just kind of this deep blue with these little bits of glare, not going too far in on the lensing. It's really effective when you have a light scheme like this, the off-white, so that you get this sort of dark visor where the cockpit is, and then you get the little bits of glare to sell that you're looking into some glass. Champion. God. Look at that, Jenner.
Here at Thunderhead
Stupid,
Studio,
sexy
we
Jenner.
specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Are those Hermes? Where did that come from? That's actually a decent looking little Hermes. Hermes is like one of my, How you doing, Puck Duncher? We just saying words today? That's fun, you know? Hermes. This is off Thingiverse. Interesting. I like the Hermes. It's a largely free worlds mech that doesn't get a lot of love, but it's one of my favorite smaller soldier type mechs. What's the mech with the jet ass? That's Starscream. Moving on. Oh, it's a Firefly. Okay. From Tiny Robots in a Box. Okay. I didn't recognize it offhand. Love the look of the Hermes. Really nice purple you got on the first Free World Guard. One of my favorite color schemes overall as far as canon schemes go in Battletech. Fantastic work. As always, Colonel Matthew Steiner. I love your pictures. You take such great pictures, man. Well, thank you for sharing this with us. It is a massive Jenner. The Jenners just kind of wind up being that way, though, Puck, don't you? When you print them out. If you make them the right size, they're kind of a little bit too small. White Wolf saying, fuck it, have some food. Nom nom cabbage rolls. Wall of text not included. I'm a little disappointed. I do love a good cabbage roll, though. I don't know what's rolled up in that cabbage, but I'll tell you, I just want to douse it in malt vinegar and salt and shove it in my face. Man, I'm hungry. Looks like a transitional mode for Astro Train. I'd buy that. The Crusader's a little small, too. Yeah, I agree. The Crusader should be certainly bigger than the Griffin. The Griffin is maybe a little oversized. No, I think the Griffin's probably right. I think the Jenner's a bit oversized and the Crusader's a bit undersized. I think if you fix those two things, like the Griffin and the Hermes seem about right to me, relatively speaking. Machine God, it is bedtime. It is time to go plug into his recharging rack. Machine God, you have a fantastic night. Have we gotten a shout? I'm sure we've gotten a shout out from Machine God. But if we haven't, could we get one more on his way out the door? Ladies and gentlemen, if you're in this stream, if you enjoy Battletech, if you have enjoyed watching me paint a little bit of mech action today at all, you need to be following Machine God. That's almost all this guy does. He paints some amazing mechs over there. He has a fucking fantastic Patreon where he and Papa Bear work on some really, really great 3D printable sculpts for Battletech. I'm gonna sneeze. I'm sorry that I've been so sneezy today, you guys. I don't know what's wrong with me. That's a good time. Resuming streaming next week. I am glad to hear it, Machine God. Thank you so much for getting that shout out in there. Guys, go give Machine God a follow. Here we have from Larabic, still grinding away on the cult. Witness me. Once I finish the ATVs, I need to switch genre. Time for a palate cleanser. Dude, you've been doing a lot. You've been doing a lot of these cultists, and you've been doing a really, really good job at them. I love these. I love the Martian desert bases, this sort of red dirt style first of all, but then the little splashes of the cool colored rocks just to break things up is nice. It's a very limited color palette that you're working with, but honestly, for an army that can work hugely to your favor, because a lot of the contrast you're going to get is going to be with the other army on the table, and not necessarily with your own forces. Sorry, I got distracted for a second there. Really want to print some Gene Stealer cultists, but too much going on right now. Puck Dunter, when do we ever find time to do anything? How is it that we're in this hobby and we have any free time at all? It's crazy. It's crazy. If you were here naturally, I would have shared some cabbage rolls. I appreciate that. I would hope that if I were there, you wouldn't be like, no, fucker, these are my cabbage rolls. You can go dig something out of the garbage. I mean, I wouldn't put it past you, but I would be a little offended. Damn it, WJ, you're worse than ever been sometimes. My God. Larabic. So you know what we need now, Larabic? When, if you see this, I would like all of them together. I want to see all the Gene Stealer cultists together, because that is the true test of the painted army. Really, really nice work. Sheza has been working hard on Smaug, and I love this effect that she's going for here. With the... Should have posted a picture of the reference from the movie, where Smaug has his head up and he's getting ready to shoot fire, and there's this molten glow traveling up his neck and showing through the scales. It's very, very cool. It's a very difficult effect to replicate, and it's on the bottom of the figure, so most people aren't going to see it, but it's so weirdly iconic, considering it was essentially invented for a movie that, other than the appearance of Smaug himself, I really don't care for. Lovely work on the scales so far. You've been doing a lot of different layers on there, and I think it's paying off. Yeah. Very, very nice work, Sheza. Here we have from Zombie Brush Studios, as I said, a man with a style all his own, chunky, cartoonish, effective, loving the look of this Atlas 2. Look at that. with the weapon effect coming off of it and everything. I like this little wishbone he has on his face. I don't fully understand it, but I don't think I have to. It's a very pleasing shape to have on the top of such an otherwise rounded mech coming to this little sharp point. I love the orange and green too, and then these sort of off-white panels. Great posing on this one too. This one would have been done by Papa Bear and Machine God. Very nicely painted Zombie Brush Studios, and again, guys, if you are not following Zombie Brush Studios, I cannot recommend enough that you do, because he does shit like this. Because he does shit like this. It's a Borderlands reference, that's probably why I don't get it. Look at this. Look at this. This is cool. This is fucking cool. This, and I don't mean this in a pejorative way at all. This is almost like as striking as this monochrome Thanos is. This is almost the least of his work. Honestly, some of the stuff that you did for, is it Wild West Exodus? Is that what you, was it Wild West Exodus? I think it was Wild West Exodus. Forgive me if I'm not remembering the correct system, Zombie Brush Studios, but some of those that you did with the monochrome and then the splashes of red were just amazing. Just amazing. Pyraxis, thank you so much for the follow, Pyraxis. I don't know why I have to say that name in an arch way, but thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Maybe we raid Zambies after this. Okay, WJ, we've raided Zambies a few times recently. And I do like to kind of spread it around. I'm not saying we won't raid Zambies. I'll take a look, but it depends on who's going. Depends on who's going, WJ. Wild West Exodus? Okay, I was right. But that Smaug film still that you wanted is the last post in the Storm Report since you asked for it. Oh, the film still. Oh. Okay, excellent. My weird take on painting these days. Zombie Brush, dude. Zombie Brush. I want to tell you something, and I'm not going to go on about it. This is not going to be one of my long rants. I just want to tell you something. Okay? Now, the rest of chat, they're here right now. And you know, they can see this conversation. But this is me talking to you. Just individually, just as a person. Okay? You're a really good painter, man. And it's not your mastery of complex techniques. It's not that you spend hours blending everything. It's not that you have the best NMM on the block. It's not that your incredible background in art and mastery of the color wheel results in these complex contrasting shit. No, fuck all that. What makes you an amazing painter is that you do your own thing. And that is an underrated feature. That is an underrated trait in miniature painters. But if you think about it, the techniques that become really, really popular, the techniques that become the fads upon which we judge other painters and ourselves, they come from people like you. They don't just spring up out of the void. They don't just happen one day. They happen because people like you are out there doing their own fucking thing, making it up, and eventually people go, look at that guy. I want to do what that guy did. That's how non-metallic metals became a thing. That's how OSL became a thing. That's how these concepts, that's how these methods enter the lexicon of the hobby. So yeah, it's your word, it's your weird take on painting these days. And what I'm saying, dude, is keep fucking doing it. Keep fucking doing it. Because you're doing amazing things. Here we have from Ion Raptor, still plugging away at the updated photos for my model, still a ways to go, but quickly approaching my earlier works that I lost the masters to, so no colors for them. Here's a selection of my favorites so far. Dude, the renders you've been doing lately are crazy. I feel certain this is getting cut off in OBS, and I apologize for that. I would mention that if you're in the Thunderhead Studio Discord, you should be checking out Ion Raptor's channel periodically. He has an astonishing... I didn't even realize how many models you had made until you started doing these renders. Some of these are more recent, some of these are a little bit older. But just an incredible array of figures, Ion Raptor. And yeah, I love particularly this the Merrick Militia render we have down here. The Raven, yeah, that's a really, really nice one. The Turkina. It's funny because another designer also did a Turkina around the same time, and I like this one better. The longbow is probably getting cut off by OBS, and I apologize for that, but your longbow is just one of the best, man. Just one of the best. Simple, straightforward, to the point. I like how blocky your designs are. It's just it appeals to my Battletech aesthetic. Wonderfully done, Ion Raptor. And again, if we haven't gotten a plug, by the way, for Ion Raptor, he does a lot of his 3D design work right here on Twitch these days. And if you'd like to see some of these models actually being built, go follow Ion Raptor Designs. Did I say Raven? It's a raptor, not a raven. You know what I mean. It's the R one, and it's the bird, and it's this little guy. That's the one. But seriously, you guys, go give Ion Raptor Designs a follow and check out his next stream, because he is a pleasure to watch work. The Sirocco will be number 70 that have been kept. Yeah, I'm very curious to see how the Sirocco winds up coming out. Here we have from Vergattering, the first Frozen print. Have to tinker with the settings, but already crazy detail. I resized the Savannah Masters to 65% because they were huge before and the details still come through. One javelin broke when I was taking it off the supports carelessly. Also, they're real spindly. Look at these little fellas. Look at these little fellas, they're adorable. Yeah, they are spindly as shit. Look at these narrow-ass limbs on them. Yeah, the MWO Javelin is real spindly. Very crisp-looking prints, though. This is gonna have to be the year where I upgrade to something with a 4K screen. I'll tell you what. Oh, nicely printed, Vergattering. Here we have something from Sumatha. That's always an exciting time. Operation Lancaster previews. It has been mentioned in the past that Akala 3, the homeworld of the Dreadnought Battle Corps, is heavily militarized. Excuse me. One of the developments that occur in the years leading up to Operation Lancaster was the development of orbital defense and refit platforms. These massive 1.5 kilometer diameter space stations, 4 in all, are largely hollow platforms made primarily to act as spaceborne dry docks for the manufacturing and maintenance of dropships, jump ships, and in some understandably rare instances, warships. As the name would suggest, however, the purpose of these stations is twofold, with half of its purpose dedicated to spacecraft refitting and construction, and the other half dedicated to orbital defense of the world. The hull is astonishingly heavily reinforced, with multiple times the armor of even the most heavily armored known warships. That sentence threw me for some reason. Needless to say, these can take a proper pounding before suffering any kind of hull breaches. That's what she said, am I right? In terms of armament, these stations are equipped with 48 heavy naval Gauss rifles, backed by an astonishing defensive array of anti-missile systems, while a total of 320 ERPPCs act as point defense weapons. Jesus, what a point defense weapon. Of course, weaponry covers only so much area. A planet is a massive piece of real estate. As such, each of these stations can support up to 240 aerospace fighters, 40 small craft, and numerous battle armor marines. Serving aboard these stations is generally at least a semi-long-term assignment, such as the Dreadnought Defense Corps personnel assigned. The Dreadnought Defense Corps personnel assigned to them are allotted quite plush accommodations and solid recreational facilities. Zero-G sports galore. As with all things, there's far more to these than this extremely short summary would suggest. Looks like a couple of big metal pizzas. That's what I'm getting. Maybe I'm just hungry. Yeah, that's probably it. I love this kind of like turtle shell that's sort of latched on to each of these two hab rings. Murderous dual cheese wheel of doom in space, the forbidden cake. Well, this cake is loaded with PPCs as point defense weapons, baby, so you better want that cake pretty bad. Plog really always does knock it out of the park, doesn't he? Damn. Seen here, the first new Firebrand class battlecruiser to be created in centuries is launching from one of the orbital defense and refit platforms. Even at 1,100 meters in length, the Firebrand is utterly dwarfed by the sheer size of the station that built it. Firebrand originally designed by our own Metal Core Collectibles, Cybran Knight. Matt Plog knocks it out of the park yet. I said that. You can't say that. I already said that. Walter's Works. Didn't I ban you, Walter's Workshop? What are you doing in here? What are you doing, man? We have a very strict no jabronis policy in this chat. And yet here's Walter's Workshop. Just waltzing on in. Just waltering right on in, as it were. Could we get a quick shout out, please, for Walter's Workshop? Yeah, damn. Okay, so we've seen this. I don't know if we've seen the Firebrand before. We've seen these cruisers before. And yeah, having the full view of the defense station that it's coming out of, you can tell this is a very small section of it. I like the kind of modular gantries it looks like they put up for ship construction. And then, of course, these little tugs. And these two guys hanging out, chatting. Talking about, the latest in zero-G sports and being like, hey, man, did you see Pang last night? There's always Pang. Don't get too down, man. There's always Pang. If that's the case, how are you? Oh, White Wolf called me a jabroni. If you strike me down... Wait, hold on. Damn right, there's always Pang. If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you could possibly imagine. Nope, that wasn't good. That wasn't good. Why am I even trying? Why do I do anything? I like how Chat doesn't even hesitate for a moment to accuse me of jabroni-hood. He could smell what you were cooking. God, I hope not. God, I hope not. Matt Plog really is just a fantastic artist. I always love seeing these previews. Sumitha, thank you so much. Here we have from Downslide. It's freaking cold here in Wisconsin. Last week I took some drone footage for a realtor and there was a water tower nearby. Spotted at a park, took a quick orbit. Oh, that's nice. You should post the video. I wouldn't mind seeing the actual full shot that you took. That's pretty neat. Poor water tower. Miss Half Damage, good to see ya. It was good to me, so that's all that matters. Walter's Workshop, one of the more talented, not just painters, but streamers here on Twitch. If for whatever reason you're in this channel right now and you're thinking, hey, I'm having a good time, I enjoyed this, go give Walter a follow. You won't regret it. And if you do regret it, you can hold him personally and financially responsible. Tug made me think, I heard you like arms. We're putting a bunch of extra arms on a ball for the lulz. Yeah, like one of the little balls from fucking Gundam, right? Ion Raptor is headed to bed working snow plowing tomorrow. Whoo-wee. Ion Raptor, you get some rest. That sounds tiring, my man. Thank you so much for being here today. Nanotanks finished. Break from painting project. Renault Alpine in 1/24 scale. I'm gonna sneeze any second now. Any second. I don't normally sneeze this much. I apologize to everyone. Yes. I think the motivation to do some mini painting is back, so it's time to get a couple new things painted. A couple of new techniques added to the arsenal. New tools in the tool. Ooh, that's nice. It's a nice, like, candy blue you got going on there. Huh? No. I sneezed. Oh, you thought it was No, that was just sneezing. I'm good. Oh, you could grab me a beer. That'd be pretty super cool. Yeah. He's allergic to us. Yeah, I'm allergic to all the bullshit going on in here, chat. That's what's going on. You do it, White Wolf. You can say please. Thank you so much. I didn't say please, and I still got a beer. So who's winning? Exactly. Anyway. Well, that's some very nice work, Nanotank. I also need to clean the camera lens. Here's a shot of the interior with tiny little seat belts. Oh, it does. It has tiny little seat belts. Tiny little leather upholstery.
Oh, it's so cute. Oh my god. Tiny little, yes, pedals.
That's actually remarkably Are they fabric seat belts and upholstery? This has to be molded plastic for the seat, but I'm wondering if you have little fabric seat belts. And that's amazing if you do. That's absolutely incredible. Yeah, the metallic fleck in the blue is it's delightful. Where and how I sleep and when. Yeah, no, it would not be hard for her to murder me at all. I've accepted that. We live rurally enough too that she could probably get away with it. I think the first people to notice would probably be you here on the stream. You'd be like, "What? We're not painting today?" Nobody around here would know. I'd be tossed down the goddamn well, and only my streamers would know to investigate. Seatbelts are built from 2mm wide strips, nanotanks. You always make me feel like I'm complaining too much when I'm like, "Oh, the detail's so small," and you're like, "Oh, let me go ahead and cut some like monomolecular fucking seatbelts for my tiny car." Oh man. Here we have from our very own Cyber Knight Metal Core Collectibles, getting near to the end here on the Oryx, pulled all the parts off supports and starting to process them all fully. Going to be about 1537, that's 1,537 parts in total for the Oryx. Should be able to get early orders out next week. I like how early is in quotes there. And full release sometime the week after that. And then we go ahead and we throw a hopefully. We throw in a hopefully just so that we don't get people's expectations up too much. Ooh, look at all that support material. My lord. People are going to forget about your okay, yeah, that's important, chat. If I'm not here for, we're going to have one more stream and then I'm going to be gone for 3 streams. If I'm not here for 3 streams, I probably haven't been murdered, okay? I probably haven't been murdered. Give it 4 or 5 streams before you call the cops. That's a lot of parts. You process so damn many parts, Cyber Knight. Holy shit. That Oryx is going to be hot once it gets out there and people get the painting on it, though. Let me tell you what. Here we have from Gus Schultz. The right leg is pretty well done. And to copy it to the left leg, this is just... This is disgusting. In just the best way possible. Look at all the fucking details that he's putting into this. Like I said, I wound up looking because Gus Schultz contacted me on Instagram and I was like, let me check out what this guy's done. And I mean, like, this guy, an incredibly accomplished, incredibly talented painter and modeler. And while if I was going to do this, I would opt for 3D modeling and sculpting, there is something irreplaceable about putting down some putty and setting into it with some tools to get these organic surfaces. This makes me want to throw up just a little bit, which is perfect because this is an Imperial Knight dedicated to Grandfather Nurgle. This is the least of it, you guys. This is if all you're seeing right now is if you've never seen this before, you're just like, ooh, look at that gooey, weird leg. The rest of this thing looks like a goddamn skeletal fly monster. It's terrifying. And I cannot wait to see him finish this thing. I cannot wait. I don't know what these look like. I know that they're supposed to be like little pustules when it's painted, but I wonder, are they pinheads that he's putting in here? Gus, what are these? The fact that they're red makes me a little sick. It makes me feel like they're actual zits and pustules, and I hate it. I hate it insofar as I also love it. Really just amazing work. Microbeads, okay. I love the way we've got what looks like... It looks like there's muscle tissue here, and then there's these nasty claws that have punched through a fleshy sheath, and there's like skin peeling back from it. Ugh. Ugh. It's awful. It's awful, and I want to see it finish so badly. Gus, please keep us posted. Please keep us posted. Here we have from Gutsy Toad I can't say your name today, Toad. I don't know why. I'm sorry. Gutsy Toad Sage. Work in progress. Ninja Newt. I'll be goddamned. It is a little Ninja Newt, isn't it? I mean, like, I don't know what I expected, but somehow actually seeing a little Ninja Newt is just surreal? A little bit. do a sequel where he kit bashes a great unclean one, a bunch of chaos bits, and a titan together. Have a great unclean one head, guts coming out of the torso, etc. Like, I don't know what he has next in to work on, but having seen some of his previous work, I guarantee you it's probably going to be pretty damned impressive, WJ. This is an adorable little shit. This is an adorable little shit that you're working on, Gutsy Toad Sage. It's precisely the opposite of the giant Cthulhu that you shared last time, and I would love to see when this is a finished product. Please keep us posted on that. Here we have from Project Dark Fox, a work in progress, printed off an Animal Crossing wolf model with a stand. Did what I could with the tools I had when it came to smoothing at the time. It was actually one of my first prints. However, the character is not one of the Animal Crossing characters, but of my wife's character, Bridget Wolf. I have a few details and finishing off I need to do on the model before I can consider it finished. I don't plan to do a lot of shading because of the nature of the paint and model. Yeah, they're not considering the nature of the model. Oh, Jesus, Amish stick. That's a... it's like a Monty Python Naruto crossover you got there. That's impressive. But yeah, considering the nature of the model, I think the simplistic art style really suits it. It's how everything is rendered in Animal Crossing. That's adorable, though. Little glasses and everything. That's pretty cool. You do a really good job on your eyes. I need to paint some larger things, some busts or some statues, something where I can paint some larger eyes and do some more practice on it, because, man, my eyes are just... I paint them all on 28mm scale shit, and they always just come out looking... I'm lucky if they're not cross-eyed. Chibi, there you go. It's the chibi style. Well, that's pretty fucking awesome, Project Dark Fox. I am sure that she loves it or will love it, depending on when you let her see it, or if you have already. Very, very nicely done, Project Dark Fox. Here we have from Soda Addict, 2 very minor kit bashes I did as a joke for 2 other painters I watched. You watch other painters? Soda Addict. I thought we had something special. Oh God, I've never felt so betrayed. I don't know what to say. Maybe in a way, we've said it all. Soda Addict, maybe nothing more needs to be said. Walter's Workshop has never watched painting in his life. Never. Never at all. Everything that Walter's Workshop says is true and nothing is a lie. Not painted yet, as I'm still working on the color schemes. This was just as much an exercise in photography. I think I'm getting better at it. The mold line on the head has been noticed and removed. That's good, because I was going to be like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, so this is that badass Gene Stealer cultist gunslinger, but you've stuck one of the wolf heads from the Space Wolf sprue onto his head instead. So he's like a cyber wolf gunslinger. Did you remove the other arm? Yeah. So he doesn't have a third arm reaching across for a weapon. He's just got the 2 arms now. And then the cyber wolf head. Interesting. Interesting. You're just the fling. Others like Walter's Workshop are just so much... Oh, God, no, don't play me like that. Don't play me like that. You know that Riot Sister has been modding for Walter's Workshop lately. I don't know if you guys realize how close to tears I am on this subject. Like, this is gonna be a fucking ego collapse of epic proportions. It's gonna be magnificent to see live, but afterwards it's gonna be just a mess. Just a mess. Just terrible. Just awful. You got like a Bastet thing going on, like an Egyptian, like the guards from Stargate is kind of what I'm getting from this. Get some New York style pizza and we'll talk. How am I supposed to get New York style pizza in Colorado? I got Colorado style pizza. I would pick to watch Thunderhead over Walter's Workshop any day. Well, it's a little tricky for you. It's a little tricky for you, Walter's Workshop. Though I haven't. I'm gonna totally just steal that one from you, Walter's Workshop. You got the palette paddle, you got your storm report. I'm just straight up gonna rip off the whole. That's my secret cap. I always do a bad stream. That got some real honest belly laughs out of me, I gotta say. Oh, yeah, these are from Puppets War. I was gonna say, yeah, I felt like I'd seen heads like this before, but I haven't looked at Puppets War in a while. I too have Detroit-style pizza. What is Colorado-style pizza? It sucks. We've got like Domino's. That's Colorado-style pizza. These are actually some pretty cool mods that you've done, Soda Addict. I particularly like this one. But old Wolfie Gunslinger Man is pretty badass too. Your ears are burning with the fucking fires of betrayal, Riot Sister.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
You know what? Cat's gonna get the bat. This is it. I am drawing a line. I am drawing a line in the stream right here, right now.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 4. Thunderhead slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. Oh, I suppose I need more paint, he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
Oh my god. Renounce your modhood to Walter's workshop, Cat. Renounce it. I demand absolute loyalty. No, you don't have to. That's stupid. That's stupid. We could have cupcakes, though. That's something that we could legitimately do. You don't have to renounce your mod ship to Walter's Workshop, but we should have some cupcakes. I do agree with that. No progress on the A10 or the M1150 Assault Breacher vehicle, but the Knolls will soon have an M1A2 Abrams at their disposal. I've been talking for a while. Goal right now is to get Midnight Raid-related stuff sorted out, then the ABV, then the A10, then after that, not a clue. I gotta drop my voice down a little bit into my diaphragm more when I'm streaming so that I can speak. Confox Fang, it was not. It is someone who does an amazing impression of him, though. If you're not following Katic Harmony, you should go give him a follow right now. His voice clips are here on this channel, and he does a fantastic Duncan Fisher. It's true. I do know this, Riot Sister. We are adopted brother and sister at this point, and I deeply value all the help that you give to this stream and the incredible ways that you pump up my fucking ego when it absolutely does not deserve it, just to keep me from collapsing in on myself like a dying star, as I would generally without support. Goal right now is to get Midnight Raid related stuff sorted out, then the ABV, then the A10, then after that, not a clue, maybe actually paint a mini. That's a crazy idea. Crazy White Wolf. Insert innocent fox whistling here. I would, but there are no innocent foxes to whistle. There's only you. Only you. That is a busy desk. I feel bad about complaining about my workload sometimes. Holy crap. Roland, you had to share it. You had to do this. You had to put the damn Melon Mountain Dew in the background of a shot. I do kind of miss the old Baja Blast background, I gotta say. Major Melon it's called, and it appears to have a melon shaped strangely like a pickle. Like a red inside pickle. Rocking like an army helmet. This melon appears to be an officer. This melon is a leader of men. Or perhaps a leader of melons. Either way, I don't fucking trust him, and I don't think you should either. Oh, blue. I see what we're doing here. We've gone with blue for the cockpit glass. That's a nice choice against the green and the red. Oh, yeah. Hell's Horses all the way. Roland, nicely done. It's amusing to me as you be painting some of my minis on your stream right now, except you don't use Facebook, which is why Zombie Brush is getting it instead. Wait, what? What are you talking about? I do use Facebook, Confox Fang. Come on. Here we have from Flickster, the last thing I did, although don't have a pic of finished item, this is all I have on the phone. I'll choose to believe that you finished it. This is Flickster, right? Yeah. Ooh. Those are some nice greens. Really, really nice greens on the flesh tones. Really smooth blends. I love the different tones we've gone with here on this totem. Look at the difference, like right here is really drawing my eye. Coming up to what looked like some feathers up here on the top. Really digging all the browns and the awful. This is some very, very smooth work you've done here, Flickster. Very smooth indeed. When Code Red first came out, we helped package some of the flavoring for the factories. Did you ever try just drinking some of it, WJ? Just like straight up flavoring? Yeah. Oh my god, I haven't thought about Homestar Runner in years. Zombie has no shame and prints me out lewd models, that's why I keep throwing him money. I can confirm, he has no shame. No shame at all. Yeah, the totem pole looks really, really nice. Like, interestingly enough, this is what a lot of my eye is drawn to. It's very subtle coloration that you've gone from more traditional browns up to kind of yellow and bone and then into some reds up here. Very, very nicely done. Wow. Flickster, you got some talent, man. I'd love to see some more of your work. It was a powder. Did you ever try snorting any of it then? I guess is the follow-up question. Oh, I'm sorry, Confax Fang. No, I probably just missed your message. I apologize about that. For the most part, though, I don't really take commissions, though. My personal painting log is very, very long at the moment, and finding time to do all of that while also doing 3D design and a bunch of other stuff, for the most part, I don't take commissions right now. But I will say, though, Confox Fang, I do thoroughly appreciate you thinking of me, the fact that you were interested in enough in my work that you might want me to do some commission painting for you. It means the world, and the fact that you went with Zombie Brush Studios, you couldn't have picked somebody better. You couldn't have. The guy's a fantastic painter. You'll be really, really happy with the end product. I lied. I worked on it again. Doing some arm workout today. Damn right, NB Toby. You keep going, man. You keep working, because you're going to finish this model. You're going to print it out. You're going to paint it. You're going to fucking love it, man. I know that they're, like, design is a funny thing, because you spend a lot of time, at least I do, just kind of rotating the model back and forth, staring at it, going, what do I do now? What's wrong with this? What's the next thing I need to make? But when those moments of inspiration hit, you really just got to seize them and roll with it, and I'm glad to see that you are doing exactly that. Don't tell him what he's gonna do. Done with that edit of the water tower. It's probably gonna get a little bit cut off. And there probably isn't any of the music from the video because I haven't set it up, which I apologize for. Ooh, that is a nice shot. Man, drone footage is cool. Yeah, you got a little bit of snow. Just a wee little bit. It looks cold, too. Like, that snow probably isn't going anywhere for a while. And then he got shut down by the FAA. My back is aching just thinking about shoveling that. I love wintertime. Oh, there's a baseball diamond out here that you wouldn't know about except for the backstop. Well, that is just lovely, Downslide. Very, very cool footage, and thank you for sharing that. Well, the music was... I'm sorry that I was playing music over music. I apologize for that. That's my bad. I didn't realize that I still had music set up to work properly, and I feel a little bit foolish. Feel a little bit foolish, which really isn't bad for me. I generally feel much more foolish than this by the end of a stream. Here we have from Pun Expected. Started this on my stream yesterday. I didn't... Did Pun Expected, have I followed you? If I haven't, I will. Did some touch-ups while watching you. Mostly done... KDM Hospitaler in oils. That's Kingdom Death. Oh, Kingdom Death minis are so extreme. Extreme. And done in oils? Ooh, nice and smooth. Hang on, I'm going to open this a little bit larger to take a closer look at it. Oh, yeah, some of those blends are real nice. Good job on the eyes, too. They give you nice big eyes and good, well-defined anime-style faces to work with for Kingdom Death. I like the blends that you've got on her little leather medic bag, too. Very nicely done. Ooh, that hair. I love the blues worked into that pink. That is very nice. That is very nice indeed. Yeah, I know, guys. I know. I gotta do some oils. I gotta paint in some oils. It is apparently the thing to do. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. WJ, come on, man. You can't. No. Let's take a step back here. You're not allowed to call things weeb minis when you're into battlemechs, because battlemechs are so fucking weeby it hurts. Come on, man. Let's be a little self-aware here. Battlemechs are pure weeb. Pure weeb. They're weeb tempered. They're tempered weeb, perhaps, but they're still weeb. There's nothing wrong. There ain't nothing wrong with a little bit of weeb every now and then. Yeah, I did want her to post this. This is the effect that Sheza is going for on her Smaug, with the fire building up in his chest and throat. Our mechs don't do flips. Well, maybe your mechs don't do flips and shit. I'll have you know that my griffins flip all the damn time. Death from above, baby. Every fucking day. Weeb walkers. I hadn't come up with a name for it, Kursala, but yeah, weeb walkers. Let's go with that. No, this is gonna be very, very cool. If you want to do some photography of this part of it after you paint it, definitely blast it with some light so that we can really get the contrast between the plates and the glowing part. Didn't get your pictures in time. Confoxfang, I'm so sorry. I'll tell you what, though, Confoxfang, hang out for a few minutes, because we're about to end the stream here in just a minute. We're going to raid somebody. We're going to end the stream. I clear the Storm Report channel right after the stream. So if you've got something you know you want to post for next time, which is going to be this upcoming Tuesday, you can post it tonight. And you will be in first, and we will absolutely take a look at it. You can also post it over in Showcase or any other appropriate channel for us to look at off stream. I need some weeb walkers in my life. Right, Walter's Workshop? That sounds like a damn good time, but that will bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and thus to the end of tonight's stream. Look how professional. Look how professional with the transitions and the jazz hands. God damn, I'm glad that Aberben isn't here. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing half the time. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, locusts, and gentlemechs. This has been a good stream. We're right about at 10 o'clock for me. That's pretty good. I babble about doing 4-hour streams, but we do 5. Let's just face it, we have a 5-hour stream. That's what it is at this point. At some point, I just need to own it. Let's take a look at who we are rating, and then we'll talk a little bit about next time's stream. Who is on? Who is doing what? The Buttress, Innocent Dictator, 46 and 2, Zulamandi, Spooky Foxy, One Riser Slip painting some orcs, Charles Hates Everything, doing some Hades. One Riser Slip. Hang on, let me take a look. Dead by Daylight, Zulamandi's doing some Warhammer, 46 and 2's doing some Star Wars. Doing some Orc Mega Knobs on One Riser Slip. I think we might duck over there. He is a relatively new streamer. I've been into his stream a few times. Let me just make sure he's actually painting something and that he's still... Oh, he's been streaming for like 7 hours. That might not be a good idea. He's been going for 7 hours. I can't imagine that he's going to be going that much longer. Let me check out 46 and 2. I don't think he's been going as long. 46 and 2 just got started, and he is going to be working on some Star Wars and then Warcry. Another very talented painter. Let's go ahead and get a raid started over there. 46 and 2. Bing, bang, boom. Let's get that going. Always uses a pupper for their launch post thing. I mean, that's enough just by itself. That's enough just by itself. Guys, if you would stick around for a few minutes, please participate in the raid. Give a follow. Give a little bit of hype in chat. So we are going to be back. Tuesday the 16th, we are going to be wrapping up the adventure that we started last Thursday before last, really, in Cyberpunk Red with our players Roland, Riot Sister, Hootie Hoo Art, and the Day Late Gamer. They assaulted some corporate looking goon type folk in the street, apparently unprovoked. They just assaulted and murdered these men horrifically. I mean, admittedly after being more or less ordered to by a local crime boss, but we're going to find out what the fallout of that is, and we're going to find out what it is that these guys were looking for in that mysterious apartment building in downtown Night City. So make sure you make it out for that. That is going to be a good time. We will be going on stream break after that for 3 streams, and then we're going to be coming back Thursday, the 25th, for some more painting. Guys, I want to give a big thank you, everybody who came out today for the Storm Report, all of our new follows. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys for the subs, and a huge thank you, as always, to my absolutely incredible mod team. Guys, I have got to go get something to eat, so until next time, keep on painting.